Away flew Jessie to proclaim the glad tidings, and Sylvia, with a curious expression of relief, regret, and resolve, repeated to herself that decided I will. Everyone took care that Miss Caprice should not have time to change her mind. The whole house was soon in a bustle, for Prue Lillard supreme. Mr. Yule fled from the din of women's tongues, the bridegrooms were kept on a very short allowance of bride, and Sylvia and Jessie were almost invisible, for milliners and mantua makers swarmed about them till they felt like animated pincushions. The last evening came at length, and Sylvia was just planning an escape into the garden when Prue, whose tongue wagged as rapidly as her hands worked, exclaimed, "How can you stand staring out of window when there is so much to do? Here are all these hunks to pack, Maria in her bed with Evely Tooth in a frightful state of inflammation, and that capable Jane what's her name gone off while I was putting a chamomile poultice on her face. If you are tired sit down and try on all your shoes, for though Mr. Peggott has your measure, those absurd clerks seem to think it a compliment to send children's sizes to grown women. I'm sure mine were a perfect insult." Sylvia sat down, tugged on one boot and fell into a reverie with the other in her hand, while Prue clacked on like a wordmill in full operation. "How I'm ever to get all these gowns into that trunk passes my comprehension. There's a tray for each, of course, but a ball dress is such a fractious thing. I could shake that Antoinette Roche for disappointing you at the last minute, and what you are to do for a maid, I don't know. You'll have so much dressing to do you will be quite worn out, and I want you to look your best on all occasions, for you will meet everybody. This collar won't wear well, Clara hasn't a particle of judgment, though her taste is sweet. These hose, now, are a good, firm article, I chose them myself. Do be sure you get all your things from the wash. At those great hotels there's a deal of pilfering, and you are so careless." Here Sylvia came out of her reverie with a sigh that was almost a groan. "Don't they fit?" "I knew they wouldn't," said PME, with an air of triumph. "The boots suit me, but the hotels do not, and if it was not ungrateful, after all your trouble, I should like to make a bonfire of this roomful of haberdashery, and walk quietly away to my new home by the light of it." As if the bare idea of such an awful proceeding robbed her of all strength, Miss Yule sat suddenly down in the TNMK by which she was standing. Fortunately it was nearly full, but her appearance was decidedly ludicrous as she sat with the collar in one uplifted hand, the hose in the other, and the ball dress laid over her lap like a fainting lady, while she said, with imploring solemnity, which changed abruptly from the pathetic to the comic at the end of her speech, "Sylvia, if I ever cherished a wish in this world of disappointment, it is that your wedding shall have nothing peculiar about it, because Evely friend and relation you've got expects it. Do let me have the comfort of knowing that everyone was surprised and pleased, for if the expression was elegant, which it isn't, and only suggested by my trials with those dressmakers, I should say I was on pins and needles till it's all over. Bless me! And so I am, for here are two on the floor and one in my shoe." Prue paused to extract the appropriate figure of speech which she had chosen, and Sylvia said, "If we have everything else as you wish it, would you mind if we didn't go the journey?" "Of course I should. Everyone goes a wedding trip, it's part of the ceremony, and if 2 carriages and 2 bridal pairs don't leave here tomorrow, I shall feel as if all my trouble had been thrown away. I'll go, Prue, I'll go, and you shall be satisfied. But I thought we might go from here in style, and then slip off on some quieter trip. I am so tired I dread the idea of frolicking for a whole month, as Mark and Jessie mean to do." It was Prue's turn to groan now, and she did so dismally. But Sylvia had never asked a favour in vain, and this was not the moment to refuse to her anything, so worldly pride yielded to sisterly affection, and Prue said with resignation, as she fell to work more vigorously than ever, because she had wasted 5 good minutes, "Do as you like, dear, you shall not be crossed on your last day at home. Ask Geoffrey, and if you are happy I'm satisfied." Before Sylvia could thank her sister there came a tap and a voice asking might I come in. "If you can get in," answered Prue, as, reversing her plan in her hurry, she whisked the collar into a piece bag and the hose into a bandbox. Muir paused on the threshold in a masculine maze, that one small person could need so much drapery. "May I borrow Sylvia for a little while? A breath of air will do her good, and I want her bright and blooming for tomorrow, else young Mrs. Yule will outshine young Mrs. Muir." "What a thoughtful creature you are, Geoffrey. Take her and welcome, only pray put on a shawl, Sylvia, and don't stay out late, for a bride with a cold in her head is the saddest of spectacles." Glad to be released, Sylvia went away, and, dropping the shawl as soon as she was out of Prue's sight, paced up and down the garden walks upon her lover's arm. Having heard her wish and given a hearty assent, Muir asked, "Where shall we go? Tell me what you would like best and you shall have it. You will not let me give you many gifts, but this pleasure you will accept from me, I know. You give me yourself, that is more than I deserve. But I should like to have you take me to the place you like best. Don't tell me beforehand, let it be a surprise." "I will, it is already settled, and I know you will like it. Is there no other wish to be granted, no doubt to be set at rest, or regret withheld that I should know? Tell me, Sylvia, for if ever there should be confidence between us it is now." As he spoke, the desire to tell him of her love for Adam rose within her, but with the desire came a thought that modified the form in which impulse prompted her to make confession. Muir was both sensitive and proud. Would not the knowledge of the fact mar for him the friendship that was so much to both? From Warwick he would never learn it, from her he should have only a half confidence, and so love both friend and wife with an untroubled heart. Few of us can always control the rebellious nature that so often betrays and then reproaches, few always weigh the moment and the act that bans or blesses it, and where is the life that has not known some turning point when a fugitive emotion has decided great issues for good or ill? Such an emotion came to Sylvia then, and another temptation, wearing the guise of generosity, urged her to another false step, for when the first is taken a second inevitably follows. "I have no wish, no regret, nothing but the old doubt of my unstable self, and the fear that I may fail to make you happy. But I should like to tell you something. I don't know that you will care for it, or that there is any need to tell it, but when you said there should be confidence between us, I felt that I wanted you to know that I had loved someone before I loved you." He did not see her face, he only heard her quiet voice. He had no thought of Adam, whom she had known so short a time, who was already bound. He only fancied that she spoke of some young lover who had touched her heart, and while he smiled at the nice sense of honor that prompted the innocent confession, he said, with no coldness, no curiosity in voice or face, "No need to tell it, dear. I have no jealousy of any one who has gone before me. Rest assured of this, for if I could not share so large a heart with one who will never claim my share, I should not deserve it. That is so like you. Now I am quite at ease." He looked down at her as she went beside him, thinking that of all the brides he had ever seen his own looked least like one. "I always thought that you would make a very ardent lover, Sylvia. That you would be excited, gay, and brilliant at a time like this. But you are so quiet, so absorbed, and so unlike your former self that I begin to think I do not know you yet. You will in time. I am passionate and restless by nature, but I am also very sensitive to all influences, personal or otherwise, and were you different from your tranquil, sunshiny self, I too should change. I am quiet because I am in a pleasant state, half waking, half dreaming, from which I never wish to wake. I am tired of the past, contented with the present, and to you I leave the future. It shall be a happy one if I can make it so, and tomorrow you will give me the dear right to try." "Yes," she said, and thinking of the solemn promises to be then made, she added, thoughtfully, "I think I love, I know I honor, I will try to obey. Can I do more? Well for them both if they could have known that friendship is love's twin, and the gentle sisters are too often mistaken for each other." That Sylvia was innocently deceiving both her lover and herself, By wrapping her friendship in the garb her lost love had worn, forgetting that the wanderer might return and claim its own, leaving the other to suffer for the borrowed warmth. They did not know it, and walked tranquilly together in the summer night, planning the new life as they went, and when they parted Moore pointed to a young moon hanging in the sky. "See, Sylvia, our honeymoon has risen. May it be a happy one. It will be, and when the anniversary of this glad night comes round it shall be shining still. God bless my little wife." Chapter XN. Wedding. Sylvia was awakened on her wedding morning by a curious choking sound, and starting up found PMECRYMG over her as if her heart were broken. What has happened? Is Geoffrey ill? Is all the silver stolen? Can't the bishop come? She asked, wondering what calamity could move her sister to tears at such a busy time. Prue took Sylvia in her arms, and rocking to and fro as if she was still a baby, poured forth a stream of words and tears together. "Nothing has happened, I came to call you, and broke down because it was the last time I should do it. I've been awake all night, thinking of you and all you've been to me since I took you in my arms 19 years ago, and said you should be mine. My little Sylvia, I've been neglectful of so many things, and now I see them all. I've fretted you with my ways, and haven't been patient enough with yours. I've been selfish even about your wedding, and it won't be as you like it. You'll reproach me in your heart, and I shall hate myself for it when you are gone, never to be my care and comfort any more. And, oh, my dear, what shall I do without you?" This unexpected demonstration from her prosaic sister touched Sylvia more than the most sentimental lamentations from another. It brought to mind all the past devotion, the future solitude of PME's life, and she clung about her neck tearless but very tender. "I never shall reproach you, never cease to love and thank you for all you've been to me, my dear old girl. You mustn't grieve over me, or think I shall forget you, for you never shall be forsaken, and soon I shall be back, almost as much your Sylvia as ever. Mark will live on one side, I shall Ivy in the other, and we'll be merry and cozy together. And who knows but when we are both out of your way you will learn to think of yourself and marry also." At this Prue began to laugh hysterically, and exclaimed, with more than her usual incoherency, "I must tell you, it was so very odd. I didn't mean to do so, because you children would tease me, but now I will to make you laugh, for it's a bad omen to cry over a bride, they say. My dear, that gouty Mr. McGregor, when I went in with some of my nice broth last week, Hugh slops so, and he's such a fidget, I took it myself, after he had eaten every drop before my eyes, wiped his mouth and asked me to marry him. And you would not, Prue. Bless me, child, how could I? I must take care of my poor dear father, and he isn't pleasant in the least, you know, but would wear my life out in a week. I really pitied him, however, when I refused him, with a napkin round his neck, and he tapped his waistcoat with a spoon so comically, when he offered me his heart, as if it was something good to eat. How very funny! What made him do it, PME? He said he'd watched the preparations from his window, and got so interested in weddings that he wanted one himself, and felt drawn to me. I was so sympathetic. That means a good nurse and cook, my dear. I understand these invalid gentlemen, and will be a slave to no man so fat and hissy as Mr. Mac, as my brother calls him. It's not respectful, but I like to refresh myself by saying it just now. Never mind the old soul, PME, but go and have your breakfast comfortably, for there's much to be done, and no one is to dress me but your own dear self. At this Prue relapsed into the pathetic again, and cried over her sister as if, despite the omen, brides were plants that needed much watering. The appearance of the afflicted Maria, with her face still partially eclipsed by the chamomile comforter, and an announcement that the waiters had come and were ordering round dreadful, caused Prue to pocket her handkerchief and descend to turn the tables in every sense of the word. The prospect of the wedding breakfast made the usual meal a mere mockery. Everyone was in a driving hurry, everyone was very much excited, and nobody but PME and the coloured gentleman brought anything to pass. Sylvia went from room to room bidding them goodbye as the child who had played there so long. But each looked unfamiliar in its state and festival array, and the old house seemed to have forgotten her already. She spent an hour with her father, paid Mark a little call in the studio where he was bidding adieu to the joys of bachelorhood, and preparing himself for the jars of matrimony by a composing smoke, and then proclaimed her. The agonies she suffered during that long toilet are beyond the powers of language to portray, for PME surpassed herself and was the very essence of sinness. But Sylvia bore it patiently as a last sacrifice, because her sister was very tender-hearted still, and laughed and cried over her work till all was done, when she surveyed the effect with pensive satisfaction. "You are very sweet, my dear, and so delightfully calm, you really do surprise me. I always thought you'd have hysterics on your wedding day, and got my vinaigrette all ready. Keep your hands just as they are, with the handkerchief and bouquet, it looks very easy and rich. Dear me, what a spectacle I've made of myself. But I shall call no more, not even during the ceremony as many do. Such displays of feeling are in very bad taste, and I shall be firm, perfectly firm, so if you hear anyone sniff you'll know it isn't me. Now I must go and scramble on my dress. First, let me arrange you smoothly in a chair. There, my precious, now think of soothing things, and don't stir till Geoffrey comes for you." Too tired to care what happened just then, Sylvia sat as she was placed, feeling like a fashion plate of a bride, and wishing she could go to sleep. Presently the sound of steps as fleet as Mark's but lighter, waked her up, and forgetting orders, she rustled to the door with an expression which fashion plates have not yet attained. "Good morning, little bride." "Good morning, bonny bridegroom." Then they looked at one another, and both smiled. But they seemed to have changed characters, for Moore's usually tranquil face was full of pale excitement, Sylvia's usually vivacious one, full of quietude, and her eyes wore the unquestioning content of a child who accepts some friendly hand, sure that it will lead it right. "Prue desires me to take you out into the upper hall, and when Mr. Dean beckons, we are to go down at once. The rooms are full, and Jessie is ready. Shall we go?" "One moment, Geoffrey, are you quite happy now?" "Supremely happy." "Then it shall be the first duty of my life to keep you so," and with a gesture soft yet solemn, Sylvia laid her hand in his, as if endowing him with both gift and giver. He held it fast and never let it go until it was his own. In the upper hall they found Mark hovering about Jessie like an agitated bee, about a very full-blown flower, and Clara Dean flapping him away, lest he should damage the effect of this beautiful white rose. For 10 minutes, ages they seemed, the five stood together listening to the stir below, looking at one another, till they were tired of the sight and scent of orange blossoms, and wishing that the whole affair was safely over. But the instant a portentous hem was heard, and a white glove seen to beckon from the stair-foot, everyone fell into a flutter. Moore turned paler still, and Sylvia felt his heart beat hard against her hand. She herself was seized with a momentary desire to run away and say no again. Mark looked as if nerving himself for immediate execution, and Jessie feebly whispered, "Oh, Clara, I'm going to faint. Good heavens, what shall I do with her? Mark, support her. My darling girl, smell this and bear up. For mercy's sake do something, Sylvia, and don't stand there looking as if you'd been married every day for a year." In his excitement, Mark gave his bride a little shake. Its effect was marvellous. She rallied instantly, with a reproachful glance at her crumpled veil and a decided, "Come quick, I can go now." Down they went, through a wilderness of summer silks, black coats, and bridal gloves. How they reached their places none of them ever knew. Mark said afterward, that the instinct of self-preservation led him to the only means of extrication that circumstances allowed. The moment the bishop opened his book, PME took out her handkerchief and cried steadily through the entire ceremony, for dear as were the proprieties, the children were dearer still. At Sylvia's desire, Mark was married first, and as she stood listening to the sonorous roll of the service falling from the bishop's lips, she tried to feel devout and solemn, but failed to do so. She tried to keep her thoughts from wandering, but continually found herself wondering if that sob came from Prue, if her father felt it very much, and when it would be done. She tried to keep her eyes fixed timidly upon the carpet as she had been told to do, but they would rise and glance about against her will. One of these derelictions from the path of duty nearly produced a catastrophe. Little Tilly, the gardener's pretty child, had strayed in from among the servants peeping at a long window in the rear, and established herself near the wedding group, looking like a small ballet girl in her full white frock and wreath pushed rakishly askew on her curly pate. As she stood regarding the scene with dignified amazement, her eye met Sylvia's. In spite of the unusual costume, the baby knew her playmate, and running to her, thrust her head under the veil with a delighted peep-a-bow. Horror seized Jessie. Mark was on the brink of a laugh, and Moore looked like one fallen from the clouds. But Sylvia drew the little marplot close to her with a warning word, and there she stayed, quietly amusing herself with purring the silvery dress, smelling the flowers and staring at the bishop. After this, all prospered. The gloves came smoothly off, the rings went smoothly on, no one cried but Prue, no one laughed but Tilly, the brides were admired, the grooms envied, the service pronounced impressive, and when it ended, a tumult of congratulations arose. Sylvia always had a confused idea of what happened during the next hour. She remembered being kissed till her cheeks burned, and shaken hands with till her fingers tingled, bowing in answer to toasts, and forgetting to reply when addressed by the new name, trying to eat and drink, and discovering that everything tasted of wedding cake, finding herself upstairs hurrying on her travelling dress, then downstairs saying goodbye, and when her father embraced her last of all, suddenly realizing with a pang that she was married and going away, never to be little Sylvia any more. Prue was gratified to her heart's content, for, when the two bridal carriages had vanished with handkerchiefs flying from their windows, in answer to the white whirlwind on the lawn, Mrs. Grundy, with an approving smile on her aristocratic countenance, pronounced this the most charming affair of the season. Chapter XM. Sylvia's honeymoon. It began with a pleasant journey. Day after day they loitered along country roads that led them through many scenes of summer beauty, pausing at old-fashioned inns and wayside farmhouses, or gypsying at noon in some green nook where their four-footed comrades dined off their tablecloth while they made merry over the less simple fare their last hostess had provided for them. When the scenery was uninteresting, as was sometimes the case, for nature will not disturb her domestic arrangements for any bridal pair, one or the other read aloud, or both sang, while conversation was a never-failing pastime and silence had charms which they could enjoy. Sometimes they walked a mile or two, ran down a hillside, rustled through a grain field, strolled into an orchard, or feasted from fruitful hedges by the way, as carefree as the squirrels on the wall, or the jolly brown bees lunching at the sign of the clover top. They made friends with sheep in meadows, cows at the brook, travellers morose or bland, farmers full of a sturdy sense that made their chat as wholesome as the mould they delved in, school children barefooted and blithe, and specimens of womankind, from the buxom housewife who took them under her motherly wing at once, to the sour, snuffy, shoe-binding spinster with no admittance written all over her face. To Moore the world was glorified with the purple light which seldom touches it but once for any of us. The journey was a wedding march, made beautiful by summer, victorious by joy, his young wife the queen of women, and himself an equal of the gods because no longer conscious of a want. Sylvia could not be otherwise than happy, for finding unbounded liberty and love her portion, she had nothing to regret, and regarded marriage as an agreeable process which had simply changed her name and given her protector, friend, and lover all in one. She was therefore her sweetest and sincerest self, miraculously docile, and charmingly gay, interested in all she saw, and quite overflowing with delight when the last days of the week betrayed the secret that her destination was the mountains. Loving the sea so well, her few flights from home had given her only marine experiences, and the flavor of entire novelty was added to the feast her husband had provided for her. It came to her not only when she could enjoy it most, but when she needed it most, soothing the unquiet, stimulating the nobler elements which ruled her life by turns and fitting her for what lay before her. Choosing the quietest roads, Moore showed her the wonders of a region whose wild grandeur and beauty make its memory a lifelong satisfaction. Day after day they followed mountain paths, studying the changes of an ever-varying landscape, watching the flush of dawn redden the granite fronts of these titans scarred with centuries of storm, the luster of noon brood over them until they smiled, the evening purple wrapped them in its splendor, or moonlight touched them with its magic, till Sylvia, always looking up at that which filled her heart with reverence and awe, was led to look beyond, and through the medium of the friend beside her. Learned that human love brings us nearer to the divine, and is the surest means to that great end. The last week of the honeymoon came all too soon, for then they had promised to return. The crowning glory of the range was left until the last, and after a day of memorable delight Sylvia sat in the sunset feasting her eyes upon the wonders of a scene which is indescribable, for words have limits and that is apparently illimitable. Presently Moore came to her asking, "Will you join a party to the great ice palace, and see 2 acres of snow in August, worn by a waterfall into a cathedral, as white if not as durable as any marble? I sit so comfortably here I think I had rather not. But you must go because you like such wonders, and I shall rest till you come back. Then I shall take myself off and leave you to muse over the pleasures of the day, which for a few hours has made you one of the most eminent women this side the Rocky Mountains. There is a bugle at the house here with which to make the echoes, I shall take it with me, and from time to time send up a sweet reminder that you are not to stray away and lose yourself." Sylvia sat for half an hour, then wearied by the immensity of the wide landscape she tried to rest her mind by examining the beauties close at hand. Strolling down the path the sightseers had taken, she found herself in a rocky basin, scooped in the mountain side like a cup for a little pool, so clear and bright it looked a diamond set in jet. A fringe of scanty herbage had collected about its brim, russet mosses, purple heath, and delicate white flowers, like a band of tiny hill people keeping their revels by some fairy well. The spot attracted her, and remembering that she was not to stray away, she sat down beside the path to wait for her husband's return. In the act of bending over the pool to sprinkle the thirsty little company about it, her hand was arrested by the tramp of approaching feet, and looking up to discover who was the disturber of her retreat, she saw a man pausing at the top of the path opposite to that by which she had come. He seemed scrutinizing the solitary occupant of the dell before descending, but as she turned her face to him he flung away knapsack, hat, and staff, and then with a great start she saw no stranger, but Adam Warwick. Coming down to her so joyfully, so impetuously, she had only time to recognize him, and call out, when she was swept up in an embrace as tender as irresistible, and lay there conscious of nothing, but that happiness like some strong swift angel had wrapped her away into the promised land so long believed in, hungered for, and despaired of, as forever lost. Soon she heard his voice, breathless, eager, but so fond it seemed another voice than his. "My darling, did you think I should never come? I thought you had forgotten me, I knew you were married. Adam, put me down." But he only held her closer, and laughed such a happy laugh that Sylvia felt the truth before he uttered it. "How could I many, loving you? How could I forget you even if I had never come to tell you this? Sylvia, I know much that has passed. Geoffrey's failure gave me courage to hope for success, and that the mute betrothal made with a look so long ago had been to you all it has been to Adam. You are both right and wrong, you do not know all, let me tell you," began Sylvia, as these proofs of ignorance brought her to herself with a shock of recollection and dismay. But Warwick was as absolute in his happiness as he had been in his self-denial, and took possession of her mentally as well as physically with a despotism too welcome and entire to be at once resisted. "You shall tell me nothing till I have shown the cause of my hard-seeming silence. I must throw off that burden first, then I will listen to you until morning if you will. I have earned this moment by a year of effort, let me keep you here and enjoy it without alloy." The old charm had lost none of its power, for absence seemed to have gifted it with redoubled potency, the confirmation of that early hope to grace it with redoubled warmth. Sylvia let him keep her, feeling that he had earned that small reward for a year's endeavour, resolving to grant all now left her to bestow a few moments more of blissful ignorance, then to show him his loss and comfort him, sure that her husband would find no disloyalty in a compassion scarcely less deep and self-forgetful than his own would have been had he shared their secret. Only pausing to place himself upon the seat she had left, Warwick put off her hat, and turning her face to his regarded it with such unfeigned and entire content her wavering purpose was fixed by a single look. Then as he began to tell the story of the past she forgot everything but the rapid words she listened to, the countenance she watched, so beautifully changed and softened, it seemed as if she had never seen the man before, or saw him now as we sometimes see familiar figures glorified in dreams. In the fewest, kindest words Warwick told her of Ottila, the promise and the parting, then, as if the dearer theme deserved less brevity, he lingered on it as one lingers at a friend's door, enjoying in anticipation the welcome he is sure awaits him the night we walk together by the river, such a wilful yet winning comrade as I had that day, and how I enjoyed it all. That night I suspected that Geoffrey loved you, Sylvia, and was glad to think it. A month later I was sure of it, and found in that knowledge the great hardship of my life because I loved you myself. Audacious thing! How dared you steal into my heart and take possession when I had turned my last guest out and barred the door? I thought I had done with the sentiment that had so nearly wrecked me once, but see how blind I was, the false love only made me readier for the true. You never seemed a child to me, Sylvia, because you have an old soul in a young body, and your father's trials and temptations live again in you. This first attracted me. I liked to watch, to question, to study the human enigma to which I had found a clue from its maker's lips. I liked your candour and simplicity, your courage and caprice. Even your faults found favour in my eyes, for pride, will, impetuosity were old friends of mine, and I liked to see them working in another shape. At first you were a curiosity, then an amusement, then a necessity. I wanted you, not occasionally, but constantly. You put salt and savour into life for me, for whether you spoke or were silent, were sweet or sour, friendly or cold, I was satisfied to feel your nearness, and always took away an inward content which nothing else could give me. This affection was so unlike the other that I deceived myself for a time, not long. I soon knew what had befallen me, soon felt that this sentiment was good to feel, because I forgot my turbulent and worser self and felt the nobler regenerated by the innocent companionship you gave me. I wanted you, but it was not the touch of hands or lips, the soft encounter of eyes, the tones of tenderness, I wanted most. It was that something beyond my reach, vital and vestal, invisible, yet irresistible, that something, be it heart, soul, or mind, which drew me to you by an attraction genial and genuine as itself. My Sylvia, that was love, and when it came to me I took it in, sure that whether its fruition was granted or denied I should be a man for having harboured it even for an hour. Why turn your face away? Well, hide it if you will, but lean here as you did once so long ago. She let him lay it on his shoulder, still feeling that Moore was one to look below the surface of these things and own that she did well in giving so pure a love a happy moment before its death, as she would have cherished Warwick had he laid dying. On that September evening, as I sat alone, I had been thinking of what might be and what must be. Had decided that I would go away for Geoffrey's sake. He was fitter than I to have you, being so gentle, and in all ways ready to possess a wife. I was so rough, such a vagrant, so full of my own purposes and plans, how could I dare to take into my keeping such a tender little creature as yourself? I thought you did not care for me, I knew any knowledge of my love would only mar his own, so it was best to go at once and leave him to the happiness he so well deserved. Just then you came to me, as if the wind had blown my desire to my arms. Such a loving touch that was. It nearly melted my resolve. It seemed hard not to take the one thing I wanted, when it came to me so opportunely. I yearned to break that idle promise, made when I was vain in my own conceit, and justly punished for its folly, but you said keep it, and I did. You could not understand my trouble, and when I sat before you so still, perhaps looking grim and cold, you did not know how I was wrestling with my unruly self. I am not truly generous, for the relinquishment of any cherished object always costs a battle, and I too often find I am worsted. For the first time I dared not meet your eyes till you dived into mine with that expression wistful and guileless, which has often made me feel as if we stood divested of our bodies, soul to soul. Tongue I could control, heart I could not. Up it sprung stronger than will, swifter than thought, and answered you. Sylvia, had there been one ray of self-consciousness in those steady eyes of yours, one atom of maiden shame, or fear, or trouble, I should have claimed you as my own. There was not, and though you let me read your face like an open book, you never dreamed what eloquence was in it. Innocent heart, that loved and had not learned to know it. I saw this instantly, saw that a few more such encounters would show it to you likewise, and felt more strongly than before that if ever the just deed to you, the generous one to Geoffrey were done, it should be then. For that was the one moment when your half-awakened heart could fall painlessly asleep again, if I did not disturb it, and dream on till Geoffrey woke it, to find a gentler master than I could be to it. It could not, Adam, you had wholly roused it, and it cried for you so long, so bitterly, oh, why did you not come to answer it before? How could I till the year was over? Was I not obeying you in keeping that accursed promise? God knows I have made many blunders, but I think the most senseless was that promise, the most short-sighted, that belief. What right had I to fetter my tongue, or try to govern love? Shall I ever learn to do my own work aright, and not meddle with the Lord's? Sylvia, take this presumptuous and domineering devil out of me in time, lest I blunder as blindly after you are mine as I have before. Now let me finish before Mark comes to find us. I went away, you know, singing the farewell I dared not speak, and for 9 months kept myself sane and steady with whatever my hands found to do. If ever work of mine is blessed it will be that, for into it I put the best endeavour of my life. Though I had renounced you, I kept my love, let it burn day and night, fed it with labour and with prayer, trusting that this selfish heart of mine might be recast and made a fitter receptacle for an enduring treasure. In May, far at the west, I met a woman who knew Geoffrey, had seen him lately, and learned that he had lost you. She was his cousin, I his friend, and through our mutual interest in him this confidence naturally came about. When she told me this hope blazed up, and all manner of wild fancies haunted me. Love is arrogant, and I nourished a belief that even I might succeed where Geoffrey failed. You were so young, you were not likely to be easily won by any other, if such a man had asked in vain, and a conviction gradually took possession of me that you had understood, had loved, and were yet waiting for me. A month seemed an eternity to wait, but I left myself no moment for despair, and soon turned my face to Cuba, finding renewed hope on the way. Gabriel went with me, told me how Ottila had searched for me, and failing to find me had gone back to make ready for my coming. How she had tried to be all I desired, and how unworthy I was of her. This was well, but the mention of your name was better, and much close questioning gave me the scene which he remembered, because Ottila had chidden him sharply for his disclosures to yourself. Knowing you so well, I gathered much from trifles which were nothing in Gabriel's eyes. I felt that regard for me, if nothing warmer, had prompted your interest in them, and out of the facts given me by Faith and Gabriel I built myself a home, which I have inhabited as a guest till now, when I know myself its master, and welcome its dear mistress, so my darling." He bent to give her tender greeting, but Sylvia arrested him. "Not yet, Adam. Not yet. Go on, before it is too late to tell me as you wish." He thought it was some maidenly scruple, and though he smiled at it he respected it, for this same coyness in the midst of all her whims had always been one of her attractions in his eye. "Shy thing! I will tame you yet, and draw you to me as confidingly as I drew the bird to hop into my hand and eat. You must not fear me, Sylvia, else I shall grow tyrannical, for I hate fear, and like to trample on whatever dares not fill its place bravely, sure that it will receive its due as trustfully as these little mosses sit among the clouds and find a spring to feed them even in the rock. Now I will make a speedy end of this, pleasant as it is to sit here feeling myself no longer a solitary waif. I shall spare you the stormy scenes I passed to off with Ottila, because I do not care to think of my Cleopatra while I hold my fine spirit Ariel in my arms. She had done her best, but had I been still heart-free I never could have married her. She is one of those tameless natures which only God can govern. I dared not, even when I thought I loved her, for much as I love power I love truth more. I told her this, heard prayers, reproaches, threats, and denunciations, tried to leave her kindly, and then was ready for my fate with you. But I was not to have my will so easily. I had fallen into the net, and was not to leave it till the scourging had been given. So like that other wandering Christian, I cried out, submitted, and was the meeker for it. I had to wait a little before the ship sailed. I would not stay at El Labyrinto, Gabriel's home, for Ottila was there, and though the fever raged at Havana, I felt secure in my hitherto unbroken health. I returned there, and paid the penalty, for weeks of suffering taught me that I could not trifle with this body of mine, sturdy as it seemed. Oh, Adam, who took care of you? Where did you lie and suffer all that time? Never fret yourself concerning that, I was not neglected. A sister of the Sacred Heart took excellent care of me, and a hospital is as good as a palace when one neither knows nor cares where he is. It went hardly with me, I believe, but being resolved to live, I fought it to off. Death looked at me, had compassion, and passed by. There is a Haitian proverb which must comfort you if I am a gaunt ghost of my former self, a lean freeman is better than a fat slave. There comes the first smile I have seen, but my next bit of news will bring a frown, I think. When I was well enough to creep out, I learned that Ottila was married. You heard the rumour, doubtless, but not the name, for Gabriel's and mine were curiously blended in many minds by the suddenness of my disappearance and his appearance as the bridegroom. It was like her, she had prepared for me as if sure I was to fill the place I had left, hoping that this confidence of hers would have its due effect upon me. It did try me sorely, but an experience once over is as if it had never been, as far as regret or indecision is concerned. Therefore wedding gowns and imperious women failed to move me. To be left a groomless bride stung that feo pride of hers more than many an actual shame or sin would have done. People would pity her, would see her loss, deride her wilful folly. Gabriel loved her as she desired to be loved, blindly and passionately. Few knew of our later bond, many of our betrothal. Why not let the world believe me the rejected party come back for a last appeal? Had avoided all whom I once knew, for I loathed the place. No one had discovered me at the hospital. She thought me gone. She boldly took the step, married the poor boy, left Cuba before I was myself again, and won herself an empty victory which I never shall disturb. How strange! Yet I can believe it of her. She looked a woman who would dare do anything. Then you came back, Adam, to find me? What led you here, hoping so much and knowing so little? Did you ever know me do anything in the accustomed way? Do I not always aim straight at the thing I want and pursue it by the shortest road? It fails often, and I go back to the slower, surer way, but my own is always tried first, as involuntarily as I hurled myself down that slope, as if storming a fort instead of meeting my sweetheart. That is a pretty old word, beloved of better men than I, so let me use it once. Among the first persons I met on landing was a friend of your father's. He was just driving away in hot haste, but catching a glimpse of the familiar face, I bethought me that it was the season for summer travel, you might be away, and no one else would satisfy me, he might know, and time be saved. I asked one question, where are the Yules? He answered, as he vanished, the young people are all at the mountains. That was enough, and congratulating myself on the forethought which would save me some 100 miles of needless delay, away I went, and for days have been searching for you everywhere on that side of these hills which I know so well. But no Yules had passed, and feeling sure you were on this side I came, not around, but straight over, for this seemed a royal road to my love, and here I found her waiting for me by the way. Now Sylvia, are your doubts all answered, your fears all laid, your heart at rest on mine? As the time drew nearer, Sylvia's task daunted her. Warwick was so confident, so glad and tender over her, it seemed like pronouncing the death doom to say those hard words, it is too late. While she snuggled to find some expression that should tell all kindly yet entirely, Adam, seeming to read some hint of her trouble, asked, with that gentleness which now overlaid his former abruptness, and was the more alluring for the contrast, have I been too arrogant a lover? Too sure of happiness, too blind to my small deserts? Sylvia, have I misunderstood the greeting you have given me? Yes, Adam, utterly. He knit his brows, his eye grew anxious, his content seemed nearly broken, but still hopefully he said, you mean that absence has changed you, that you do not love me as you did, and pity made you kind? Well, I receive the disappointment, but I do not relinquish my desire. What has been may be, let me try again to earn you, teach me to be humble, patient, all that I should be to make myself more dear to you. Something disturbs you, be frank with me, I have shown you all my heart, what have you to show me in return? Only this. She freed herself entirely from his hold and held up her hand before him. He did not see the ring, he thought she gave him all he asked, and with a glow of gratitude extended both his own to take it. Then she saw that delay was worse than weak, and though she trembled she spoke out bravely, ending his suspense at once. Adam, I do not love you as I did, nor can I wish or try to bring it back, because I am married. He sprung up as if shot flew off the heart, nor could a veritable bullet from her hand have daunted him with a more intense dismay than those 3 words. An instant's incredulity, then conviction came to him, and he met it like a man, for though his face whitened and his eye burned with an expression that wrung her heart, he demanded steadily to whom. This was the hardest question of all, for well she knew the name would wound the deeper for its dearness, and while it lingered pitifully upon her lips its owner answered for himself. Clear and sweet came up the music of the horn, bringing them a familiar air they all loved, and had often sung together. Warwick knew it instantly, felt the hard truth but rebelled against it, and put out his arm as if to ward it off as he exclaimed, with real anguish in countenance and voice, "Oh, Sylvia! It is not Geoffrey." "Yes." Then, as if all strength had gone out of her, she dropped down upon the mossy margin of the spring and covered up her face, feeling that the first sharpness of a pain like this was not for human eyes to witness. How many minutes passed she could not tell. The stillness of the spot remained unbroken by any sound but the whisper of the wind, and in this silence Sylvia found time to marvel at the calmness which came to her. Self had been forgotten in surprise and sympathy, and still her one thought was how to comfort Wanvik. She had expected some outburst of feeling, some gust of anger or despair, but neither sigh nor sob, reproach nor regret reached her, and soon she stole an anxious glance to see how it went with him. He was standing where she left him, both hands locked together till they were white with the passionate pressure. his eyes fixed on some distant object with a regard as imploring as unseeing, and through those windows of the soul he looked out darkly, not despairingly, but as if sure that somewhere there was help for him, and he waited for it with a stern patience more terrible to watch than the most tempestuous grief. Sylvia could not bear it, and remembering that her confession had not yet been made, seized that instant for the purpose, prompted by an instinct which assured her that the knowledge of her pain would help him to bear his own. She told him all, and ended saying, "Now, Adam, come to me and let me try to comfort you." Sylvia was right, for through off the sorrowful bewilderment that brought a brief eclipse of hope and courage, sympathy reached him like a friendly hand to uphold him till he found the light again. While speaking, she had seen the immobility that frightened her break up, and Wanvik's whole face flush and quiver with the rush of emotions controllable no longer. But the demonstration which followed was one she had never thought to see from him, for when she stretched her hands to him with that tender invitation, she saw the deep eyes fill and overflow. Then he threw himself down before her, and for the first time in her short life showed her that sad type of human suffering, a man weeping like a woman. Warwick was one of those whose passions, as his virtues, were in unison with the powerful body they inhabited, and in such a crisis as the present but one of two reliefs were possible to him, either wrathful denunciation, expostulation and despair, or the abandon of a child. Against the former he had been struggling dumbly till Sylvia's words had turned the tide, and too entirely natural to feel a touch of shame at that which is not a weakness but a strength, too wise to reject so safe an outlet for so dangerous a grief, he yielded to it, letting the merciful magic of tears quench the fire, wash the first bitterness away, and leave reproaches only writ in water. It was better so, and Sylvia acknowledged it within herself as she sat mute and motionless, softly touching the brown hair scattered on the moss, her poor consolation silenced by the pathos of the sight, while through it all rose and fell the fitful echo of the horn, in very enough a sweet reminder not to stray away and lose herself. An hour ago it would have been a welcome sound, for peak after peak gave back the strain, and airy voices whispered it until the faintest murmur died. But now she let it soar and sigh half heard, for audible to her alone still came its sad accompaniment of bitter human tears. To Warwick it was far more, for music, the Book.2-2, laid her balm on his sore heart as no mortal pity could have done, and wrought the miracle which changed the friend who seemed to have robbed him of his love to an unconscious Orpheus, who subdued the savage and harmonized the man. Soon he was himself again, for to those who harbour the strong virtues with patient zeal, no lasting ill can come, no affliction can wholly crush, no temptation wholly vanquish. He rose with eyes the clearer for their stormy reign, twice a man for having dared to be a child again. Humbler and happier for the knowledge that neither vain resentment nor unjust accusation had defrauded of its dignity, the heavy hour that left him desolate but not degraded. "I am comforted, Sylvia, rest assured of that. And now there is little more to say, but one thing to do. I shall not see your husband yet, and leave you to tell him what seems best, for, with the instinct of an animal, I always go away to outlive my hurts alone. But remember that I acquit you of blame, and believe that I will yet be happy in your happiness. I know if Geoffrey were here, he would let me do this, because he has suffered as I suffer now." Bending, he gathered her to an embrace as different from that other as despair is from delight, and while he held her there, crowding into one short minute, all the pain and passion of a year, she heard a low, but exceeding bitter cry, "Oh, my Sylvia! It is hard to give you up." Then with a solemn satisfaction, which assured her as it did himself, he spoke out clear and loud, "Thank God for the merciful hereafter, in which we may retrieve the blunders we make here." With that he left her, never turning till the burden so joyfully cast down had been resumed. Then, staff and hat in hand, he paused on the margin of that granite cup, to him a cup of sorrow, and looked into its depths again. Clouds were trooping eastward, but in that pause the sun glanced full on Warwick's figure, lifting his powerful head into a flood of light, as he waved his hand to Sylvia with a gesture of courage and good cheer. The look, the act, The memories they brought her made her heart ache with a sharper pang than pity, and filled her eyes with tears of impotent regret, as she turned her head as if to chide the blithe clamour of the horn. When she looked again, the figure and the sunshine were both gone, leaving her alone and in the shadow. Chapter 14. A Fireside Feat. No cousin Faith tonight. The rain has prevented her from taking this boat, and she is not likely to come later as she comes alone, said Moore, returning from a fruitless drive to meet his expected guest one October evening. It always rains when I want anything very much. I seem to have a great deal of bad weather in my life, answered Sylvia, despondingly. Never mind the rain, let us make sunshine for ourselves, and forget it as children do. I wish I was a child again. They are always happy. Let us play at being children, then. Let us sit down upon the rug, parch corn, crack nuts, roast apples, and be merry in spite of wind or weather. Sylvia's face brightened, for the fancy pleased her, and she wanted something new and pleasant to divert her thoughts from herself. Glancing at her dress, which was unusually matronly in honor of the occasion, she said smiling, I don't look much like a child, but I should like to try and feel like one again if I can. Let us both look and feel so as much as possible. You like masquerading, go make a little girl of yourself, while I turn boy, and prepare for our merry-making. No lad could have spoken with a blither face, for Moore had preserved much of the boy in spite of his 30 years. His cheerfulness was so infectious, that Sylvia already began to forget her gloom, and hurried away to do her part. Putting on a short, girlish gown, kept for scrambles among the rocks, she improvised a pinafore, and braided her long hair a la Morlena Kenwigs, with butterfly bows at the ends. When she went down, she found her husband in garden jacket, collar turned over a ribbon, hair in a curly tumble, and jackknife in hand, seated on the rug before a roaring fire, and a semicircle of apples, whittling and whistling like a very boy. They examined one another with mirthful commendations, and Moore began his part by saying, Isn't this jolly? Now come and cuddle down here beside me, and see which will keep it up the longest. What would Prue say? And who would recognize the elegant Mr. Moore in this big boy? Putting dignity and broadcloth aside makes you look about 18, and very charming I find you, said Sylvia, looking about 12 herself, and also very charming. Here is a wooden fork for you to tend the roast with, while I see to the corn laws and prepare a vegetable snowstorm. What will you have, little girl? You look as if you wanted something. I was only thinking that I should have a doll to match your knife. I feel as if I should enjoy trotting a staring fright on my knee, and singing hush-a-bye. But I fancy even your magic cannot produce such a thing, can it, my lad? In exactly 5 minutes a lovely doll will appear, though such a thing has not been seen in my bachelor establishment for years. With which mysterious announcement Moore ran off, blundering over the ottomans and slamming the doors as a TME boy should. Sylvia pricked chestnuts, and began to forget her bosom trouble as she wondered what would appear with the impatient curiosity appropriate to the character she had assumed. Presently her husband reappeared with much breeziness of aspect, raindrops in his hair, and a squirming bundle in his arms. Triumphantly unfolding many wraps, he displayed little Tilly in her nightgown. There is sorcery for you, and a doll worth having, being one of the sort that can shut its eyes. It was going to bed, but its mamma relented and lends it us for the night. I told Mrs. Dodd you wanted her, and couldn't wait, so she sent her clothes, but the room is so warm, let the dear play in her pretty bedgown. Sylvia received her lovely plaything with enthusiasm, and Tilly felt herself suddenly transported to a baby's paradise, where beds were unknown and food and freedom were her welcome portion. Merrily popped the corn, nimbly danced the nuts upon the shovel, lustily remonstrated the rosy martyrs on the hearth, and cheerfully the minutes slipped away. Sylvia sung every jubilant air she knew, Moore whistled astonishing accompaniments, and Tilly danced over the carpet with nutshells on her toes, and tried to fill her little gown with pretty flowers from its garlands and bouquets. Without the wind lamented, the sky wept, and the sea thundered on the shore, but within, youth, innocence, and love held their blithe revel undisturbed. "How are the spirits now?" asked one playmate of the other. "Quite merry, thank you, and I should think I was little Sylvia again but for the sight of this." She held up the hand that wore a single ornament, but the hand had grown so slender since it was first put on, that the ring would have fallen had she not caught it at her fingertip. There was nothing of the boy in her companion's face, as he said, with an anxious look, "If you go on thinning so fast I shall begin to fear that the little wife is not happy with her old husband." "Is she, dear? She would be a most ungrateful woman if she were not. I always get thin as winter comes on, but I'm so careless I'll find a guard for my ring tomorrow. No need to wait till then, wear this to please me, and let Marian's cipher signify that you are mine." With a gravity that touched her more than the bestowal of so dear a relic, Moore unslung a signet ring from his watchguard, and with some difficulty pressed it to its place on Sylvia's finger, a most effectual keeper for that other ring whose tenure seemed so slight. She shrunk a little and glanced up at him, because his touch was more firm than tender, and his face wore a masterful expression seldom seen there, for instinct, subtler than perception, prompted both act and aspect. Then her eye fell and fixed upon the dark stone with the single letter engraved upon its tiny oval, and to her it took a double significance as her husband held it there, claiming her again, with that emphatic mine. She did not speak, but something in her manner caused the fold between his brows to smooth itself away as he regarded the small hand lying passively in his, and said, half playfully, half earnestly, "Forgive me if I hurt you, but you know my wooing is not over yet, and till you love me with a perfect love I cannot feel that my wife is wholly mine. I am so young, you know, when I am a woman grown I can give you a woman's love, now it is a girl's, you say. Wait for me, Geoffrey, a little longer, for indeed I do my best to be all you would have me." Something brought tears into her eyes and made her lips tremble, but in a breath the smile came back, and she added gaily, "How can I help being grave sometimes, and getting thin, with so many housekeeping cares upon my shoulders, and such an exacting, tyrannical husband to wear upon my nerves? Don't I look like the most miserable of wives?" She did not certainly, as she shook the popper laughingly, and looked over her shoulder at him, with the bloom of firelight on her cheeks, its cheerfulness in her eyes. "Keep that expression for everyday wear, and I am satisfied. I want no tame Griselda, but the little girl who once said she was always happy with me. Assure me of that, and, having won my Leah, I can work and wait still longer for my Rachel. Bless the baby! What has she done to herself now?" Tilly had retired behind the sofa, after she had swarmed over every chair and couch, examined everything within her reach, on a etagere and table, embraced the Hebe in the corner, played a fantasia on the piano, and choked herself with the stopper of the odor bottle. A doleful wail betrayed her hiding place, and she now emerged with a pair of nutcrackers, ditto of pinched fingers, and an expression of great mental and bodily distress. Her woes vanished instantaneously, however, when the feast was announced, and she performed an unsteady pas seul about the banquet, varied by skirmishes with her long nightgown and darts at any unguarded viand that tempted her. No ordinary table service would suit the holders of this fireside feast. The corn was heaped in a bronze urn, the nuts in a graceful basket, the apples lay on a plate of curiously ancient china, and the water turned to wine flew off the medium of a purple flagon of Bohemian glass. The refection was spread upon the rug as on a flowery table, and all the lustres were lighted, filling the room with a festal glow. Prue would have held up her hands in dismay, like the benighted piece of excellence she was, but Mark would have enjoyed the picturesque group and sketched a mate to the golden wedding. For Moore, armed with the wooden fork, did the honours. Sylvia, leaning on her arm, dropped corn after corn into a baby mouth that bird-like always gaped for more, and Tilly lay luxuriously between them, warming her little feet as she ate and babbled to the flames. The clock was on the stroke of 8, the revel at its height, when the door opened and a servant announced Miss Dane and Mr. Warwick. An impressive pause followed, broken by a crow from Tilly, who seized this propitious moment to bury one hand in the nuts and with the other capture the big red apple which had been denied her. The sound seemed to dissipate the blank surprise that had fallen on all parties, and brought both host and hostess to their feet, the former exclaiming, "Heartily welcome, friends, to a modern Saturnalia and the bosom of a happy family." "I fear you did not expect me so late," said Miss Dane. "I was detained at the time fixed upon and gave it up, but Mr. Warwick came, and we set off together. Pray don't disturb yourselves, but let us enjoy the game with you. You and Adam are guests who never come too early or too late. We are playing children tonight, so just put yourselves back a dozen years and let us all be merry together. Sylvia, this our cousin, Faith here is your new kinswoman. Please love one another as little people are commanded to do." A short stir ensued while hands were shaken, wraps put off, and some degree of order restored to the room, then they all sat down and began to talk. With well-bred oblivion of the short gown and long braids of her bashful-looking hostess, Miss Dane suggested and discussed various subjects of mutual interest, while Sylvia tried to keep her eyes from wandering to the mirror opposite, which reflected the figures of her husband and his friend. Warwick sat erect in the easy chair, for he never lounged, and Moore, still supporting his character, was perched upon the arm, talking with boyish vivacity. Every sense being unwontedly alert, Sylvia found herself listening to both guests at once, and bearing her own part in one conversation so well that occasional lapses were only attributed to natural embarrassment. What she and Miss Dane said she never remembered, what the other pair talked of she never forgot. The first words she caught were her husband's. "You see, I have begun to live for myself, Adam. I also see that it agrees with you excellently. Better than with you, for you are not looking like your old self, though June made you happy, I hope. If freedom is happiness, it did. Are you still alone?" "More so than ever." Sylvia lost the next words, for a look showed her Moore's hand on Adam's shoulder, and that for the first time within her memory Warwick did not meet his friend's glance with one as open, but bent his eyes upon the ground, while his hand went to and fro across his lips as if to steady them. It was a gesture she remembered well, for though self-control could keep the eye clear, the voice firm, that half-hidden mouth of his sometimes rebelled and grew tremulous as a woman's. The sight and the answer set her heart beating with the thought, "Why has he come?" The repetition of a question by Miss Dane recalled her from a dangerous memory, and when that friendly lady entered upon another long sentence to relieve her young hostess, she heard Moore say, "You have had too much solitude, Adam, I am sure of it, for no man can live long alone and not get the uncanny look you have. What have you been at?" "Fighting the old fight with this muley self of mine, and getting ready for another tussle with the adversary, in whatever shape he may appear. And now you are come to your friend for the social solace which the haughtiest heart hungers for when most alone. You shall have it. Stay with us, Adam, and remember that whatever changes come to me, my home is always yours." "I know it, Geoffrey. I wanted to see your happiness before I go away again, and should like to stay with you a day or so if you are sure that she would like it." Moore laughed and pulled a lock of the brown mane, as if to tease the lion into a display of the spirit he seemed to have lost. "How shy you are of speaking the new name. She will like it, I assure you, for she makes my friends hers. Sylvia, come here, and tell Adam he is welcome, he dares to doubt it. Come and talk over old times, while I do the same with Faith." She went, trembling inwardly, but outwardly composed, for she took refuge in one of those commonplace acts which in such moments we gladly perform, and bless in our secret souls. She had often wondered where they would next meet, and how she should comport herself at such a trying time. She had never imagined that he would come in this way, or that a hearth-brush would save her from the betrayal of emotion. So it was, however, and an involuntary smile passed over her face as she managed to say quite naturally, while brushing the nutshells tidily out of sight, "You know you are always welcome, Mr. Warwick. Adam's room, as we call it, is always ready, and Geoffrey was wishing for you only yesterday. I am sure of his satisfaction at my coming, can I be equally sure of yours? May I, ought I to stay? He leaned forward as he spoke, with an eager yet submissive look, that Sylvia dared not meet, and in her anxiety to preserve her self-possession, she forgot that to this listener every uttered word became a truth, because his own were always so. Why not, if you can bear our quiet life, for we are a Darby and Joan already, though we do not look so tonight, I acknowledge. Men seldom understand the subterfuges women instinctively use to conceal many a natural emotion which they are not strong enough to control, not brave enough to confess. To Warwick, Sylvia seemed almost careless, her words a frivolous answer to the real meaning of his question, her smile one of tranquil welcome. Her manner wrought an instant change in him, and when he spoke again he was the Warwick of a year ago. I hesitated, Mrs. Moore, because I have sometimes heard young wives complain that their husbands' friends were marplots, and I have no desire to be one. This speech, delivered with frosty gravity, made Sylvia as cool and quiet as itself. She put her alley down, looked full at Warwick, and said with a blending of dignity and cordiality which even the pinafore could not destroy, please to consider yourself a specially invited guest, now and always. Never hesitate, but come and go as freely as you used to do, for nothing need be changed between us three because two of us have one home to offer you. Thanks, and now that the hearth is scrupulously clean may I offer you the old keenness was in his eye, the old firmness about the mouth, the old satirical smile on his lips as Warwick presented the seat, with an inclination that to her seemed ironical. She sat down, but when she cast about her mind for some safe and easy topic to introduce, Evio idea had fled, even memory and fancy turned traitors, not a lively sally could be found, not a pleasant remembrance returned to help her, and she sat dumb. Before the dreadful pause grew awkward, however, rescue came in the form of Tilly. Nothing daunted by the severe simplicity of her attire, she planted herself before Warwick, and shaking her hair out of her eyes stared at him with an inquiring glance and cheeks as red as her apple. She seemed satisfied in a moment, and climbing to his knee established herself there, coolly taking possession of his watch, and examining the brown beard curiously as it parted with the white flash of teeth, when Warwick smiled his warmest smile. This recalls the night you fed the sparrow in your hand. Do you remember, Adam? And Sylvia looked and spoke like her old self again. I seldom forget anything. But pleasant as that hour was, this is more to me, for the bird flew away, the baby stays and gives me what I need. He wrapped the child closer in his arms, leaned his dark head on the bright one, and took the little feet into his hand with a fatherly look that caused Tilly to pat his cheek and begin an animated recital of some nursery legend, which ended in a sudden gape, reminding Sylvia that one of her guests was keeping late hours. What comes next? Asked Warwick. Now I lay me and bie low in the trib, answered Tilly, stretching herself over his arm with a great yawn. Warwick kissed the rosy half-open mouth and seemed tenth to part with the pious baby, for he took the shawl Sylvia brought and did up the drowsy bundle himself. While so busied she stole a furtive glance at him, having looked without seeing before. Thinner and browner, but stronger than ever was the familiar face she saw, yet neither sad nor stern, for the grave gentleness which had been a fugitive expression before now seemed habitual. This, with the hand at the lips and the slow dropping of the eyes, were the only tokens of the sharp experience he had been passing through. Born for conflict and endurance, he seemed to have manfully accepted the sweet uses of adversity and grown the richer for his loss. Those who themselves are quick to suffer, are also quick to see the marks of suffering in others. That hasty scrutiny assured Sylvia of all she had yearned to know, yet wrung her heart with a pity the deeper for its impotence. Tilly's heavy head drooped between her bearer and the light as they left the room, but in the dusky hall a few hot tears fell on the baby's hair, and her new nurse lingered long after the lullaby was done. When she reappeared the girlish dress was gone, and she was Madame Moore again, as her husband called her when she assumed her stately air. All smiled at the change, but he alone spoke of it. I win the applause, Sylvia, for I sustain my character to the end, while you give up before the curtain falls. You are not so good an actress as I thought you. Sylvia's smile was sadder than her tears as she briefly answered, No, I find I cannot be a child again. Chapter 15. Early and late. One of Sylvia's first acts when she rose was most significant. She shook down her abundant hair, carefully arranged a part in thick curls over cheeks and forehead, gathered the rest into its usual coil, and said to herself, as she surveyed her face half hidden in the shining cloud, it looks so sentimental, and I hate the weakness that drives me to it, but it must be done, because my face is such a traitor. Poor Geoffrey. He said I was no actress, I am learning fast. Why, every faculty seemed sharpened, every object assumed an unwanted interest, and that quiet hour possessed an excitement that made her own room and countenance look strange to her. She would not ask herself, as she paused on the threshold of the door to ascertain if her guests were stirring. Nothing was heard but the sound of regular footfalls on the walk before the door, and with an expression of relief she slowly went down. Moore was taking his morning walk bareheaded in the sun. Usually Sylvia ran to join him, but now she stood musing on the steps, until he saw and came to her. As he offered the flower always ready for her, he said smiling, Did the play last night so captivate you, that you go back to the curls, because you cannot keep the braids? A sillier whim than that, even. I am afraid of those two people, and as I am so quick to show my feelings in my face, I intend to hide behind this veil if I get shy or troubled. Did you think I could be so artful? Your craft amazes me. But, dearest child, you need not be afraid of Faith and Adam. Both already love you for my sake, and soon will for your own. Both are so much older, that they can easily overlook any little shortcoming, in consideration of your youth. Sylvia, I want to tell you something about Adam. I never spoke of it before, because, although no promise of silence was asked or given, I knew he considered it a confidence. Now that it is all over, I know that I may tell my wife, and she will help me tell on, Geoffrey, I hear you. Well, dear, when we went gypsying long ago, on the night you and Adam lost the boat, as I sat drying your boots, and privately adoring them in spite of the mud, I made a discovery. Adam was on some sort of probation, and would be married in June. He was slow to speak of it, but I understood, and last night when I went to his room with him, I asked how he had fared. Sylvia, it would have made your heart ache to have seen his face, as he said in that brief way of his, Geoffrey, the woman I loved is married, ask me nothing more. I never shall, but I know, by the change I see in him, that the love was very dear, the wound very deep. Poor Adam! How can we help him? Let him do as he likes. I will take him to his old haunts, and busy him with my affairs till he forgets his own. In the evenings we will have Prue, Mark, and Jessie over here, will surround him with social influences, and make the last hours of the day the cheerfulest. Then he won't lie awake and think all night, as I suspect he has been doing of late. Sylvia, I should like to see that woman, though I could find it in my heart to hate her for her perfidy to such. Sylvia's head was bent as if to inhale the sweetness of the flower she held, and all her husband saw was the bright hair blowing in the wind. I pity her for her loss as well as hate her. Now, let us talk of something else, or my telltale face will betray that we have been talking of him, when we meet Adam. They did so, and when Warwick put up his curtain, the first sight he saw was his friend walking with his young wife under the red-leaved maples, in the sunshine. The look Moore had spoken of came into his eyes, darkening them with the shadow of despair. A moment it gloomed there, then passed, for Honor said reproachfully to Love, "They are happy, should not that content you?" "It shall," answered the master of both, as he dropped the curtain and turned away. In pursuance of his kindly plan, Moore took Adam out for a long tramp soon after breakfast, and Sylvia and Miss Dane sat down to sew. In the absence of the greater fear, Sylvia soon forgot the lesser one, and began to feel at ease to study her new relative and covet her esteem. Faith was past 30, shapely and tall, with much natural dignity of carriage, and a face never beautiful, but always singularly attractive from its mild and earnest character. Looking at her, one felt assured that here was a right womanly woman, gentle, just, and possessed of a well-balanced mind, a self-reliant soul, and that fine gift which is so rare, the power of acting as a touchstone to all who approached, forcing them to rise or fall to their true level, unconscious of the test applied. Her presence was comfortable, her voice had motherly tones in it, her eyes a helpful look. Even the soft hue of her dress, the brown gloss of her hair, the graceful industry of her hands, had their attractive influence. Sylvia saw and felt these things with the quickness of her susceptible temperament, and found herself so warmed and won, that soon it cost her an effort to withhold anything that tried or troubled her, for Faith was a born consoler, and Sylvia's heart was full. However gloomy her day might have been, she always brightened in the evening as naturally as moths begin to flutter when candles come. On the evening of this day the friendly atmosphere about her, and the excitement of Warwick's presence so affected her, that though the gaiety of girlhood was quite gone, she looked as softly brilliant as some late flower that has gathered the summer to itself and gives it out again in the bloom and beauty of a single hour. When tea was over, for heroes and heroines must eat if they are to do anything worth the paper on which their triumphs and tribulations are recorded, the women gathered about the library table, work in hand, as female tongues go easier when their fingers are occupied. Sylvia left Prue and Jessie to enjoy Faith, and while she fabricated some trifle with scarlet silk and an ivory shuttle, she listened to the conversation of the gentlemen who roved about the room till a remark of PME's brought the party together. Helen Chesterfield has run away from her husband in the most disgraceful manner. Mark and Moore drew near, Adam leaned on the chimney-piece, the workers paused, and having produced her sensation, Prue proceeded to gratify their curiosity as briefly as possible, for all knew the parties in question and all waited anxiously to hear particulars. She married a Frenchman old enough to be her father, but very rich. She thought she loved him, but when she got tired of her fine establishment, and the novelties of Paris, she found she did not, and was miserable. Many of her new friends had lovers, so why should not she, and presently she began to amuse herself with this Louis Gustave Isidore Théodule de Rouville, there's a name for a Christian man. Well, she began in play, grew in earnest, and when she could bear her domestic trouble no longer she just ran away, ruining herself for this life, and really I don't know but for the next also. Poor soul! I always thought she was a fool, but upon my word I pity her, said Mark. Remember she was very young, so far away from her mother, with no real friend to warn and help her, and love is so sweet. No wonder she went. Sylvia, how can you excuse her in that way? She should have done her duty whether she loved the old gentleman or not, and kept her troubles to herself in a proper manner. You young girls think so much of love, so little of moral obligations, decorum, and the opinions of the world, you are not fit judges of the case. Mr. Warwick agrees with me, I am sure. Not in the least. Do you mean to say that Helen should have left her husband? Certainly, if she could not love him. Do you also mean to say that she did right to off with that Gustave Isidore Théodule creature? By no means. It is worse than folly to attempt the righting of one wrong by the commission of another. Then what in the world should she have done? She should have honestly decided which she loved, have frankly told the husband the mistake both had made, and demanded her liberty. If the lover was worthy, have openly married him and borne the world's censures. If not worthy, have stood alone, an honest woman in God's eyes, whatever the blind world might have thought. Prue was scandalized to the last degree, for with her marriage was more a law than a gospel, a law which ordained that a pair once yoked should abide by their bargain, be it good or ill, and preserve the proprieties in public no matter how hot a hell their home might be for them and for their children. What a dreadful state society would be in if your ideas were adopted. People would constantly be finding out that they were mismatched, and go running about as if playing that game where everyone changes places. I'd rather die at once than live to see such a state of things as that, said the worthy spinster. So would I, and recommend prevention rather than a dangerous cure. I really should like to hear your views, Mr. Warwick, for you quite take my breath away. Much to Sylvia's surprise, Adam appeared to like the subject, and placed his views at Prue's disposal with alacrity. I would begin at the beginning, and teach young people that marriage is not the only aim and end of life, yet would fit them for it, as for a sacrament too high and holy to be profaned by a light word or thought. Show them how to be worthy of it and how to wait for it. Give them a law of life both cheerful and sustaining, a law that shall keep them hopeful if single, sure that here or hereafter they will find that other self and be accepted by it, happy if wedded, for their own integrity of heart will teach them to know the true God when He comes, and keep them loyal to the last. That is all very excellent and charming, but what are the poor souls to do who haven't been educated in this fine way? Asked Prue. Unhappy marriages are the tragedies of our day, and will be, till we learn that there are more laws to be obeyed than those custom sanctions, other obstacles than inequalities of fortune, rank, and age. Because two persons love, it is not always safe or wise for them to marry, nor need it necessarily wreck their peace to live apart. Often what seems the best affection of our hearts does more for us by being thwarted than if granted its fulfillment, and prove a failure which embitters two lives instead of sweetening one. He paused there, but Prue wanted a clearer answer, and turned to Faith, sure that the woman would take her own view of the matter. Which of us is right, Miss Dane, in Helen's case? I cannot venture to judge the young lady, knowing so little of her character or the influences that have surrounded her, and believing that a certain divine example is best for us to follow at such times. I agree with Mr. Warwick, but not wholly, for his summary mode of adjustment would not be quite just nor right in all cases. If both find that they do not love, the sooner they part the wiser. If one alone makes the discovery, the case is sadder still, and harder for either to decide. But as I speak from observation only, my opinions are of little worth. Of great worth, Miss Dane, for to women like yourself observation often does the work of experience, and despite your modesty I wait to hear the opinions. Warwick spoke, and spoke urgently, for the effect of all this upon Sylvia was too absorbing a study to be relinquished yet. As he turned to her, Faith gave him an intelligent glance, and answered like one speaking with intention and to some secret but serious issue, "You shall have them." Let us suppose that Helen was a woman possessed of a stronger character, a deeper nature, the husband a younger, nobler man, the lover TNLLY excellent, and above even counselling the step this pair have taken. In a case like that the wife, having promised to guard another's happiness, should sincerely endeavour to do so, remembering that in making the joy of others we often find our own, and that having made so great a mistake the other should not bear all the loss. If there be a strong attachment on the husband's part, and he a man worthy of affection and respect, who has given himself confidingly, believing himself beloved by the woman he so loves, she should leave no effort unmade, no self-denial unexacted, till she has proved beyond all doubt that it is impossible to be a true wife. Then, and not till then, has she the right to dissolve the tie that has become a sin, because where no love lives inevitable suffering and sorrow enter in, falling not only upon guilty parents, but the innocent children who may be given. And the lover, what of him? Asked Adam, still intent upon his purpose, for, though he looked steadily at Faith, he knew that Sylvia drove the shuttle in and out with a desperate industry that made her silence significant to him. I would have the lover suffer and wait, sure that, however it may fare with him, he will be the richer and the better for having known the joy and pain of love. Thank you. And to Mark's surprise Warwick bowed gravely, and Miss Dane resumed her work with a preoccupied air. Well, for a confirmed celibate, it strikes me you take a remarkable interest in matrimony, said Mark. Or is it merely a base desire to speculate upon the tribulations of your fellow beings, and congratulate yourself upon your escape from them? Neither, I not only pity and long to alleviate them, but have a strong desire to share them, and the wish and purpose of my life for the last year has been to many. Outspoken as Warwick was at all times and on all subjects, there was something in this avowal that touched those present, for with the words a quick rising light and warmth illuminated his whole countenance, and the energy of his desire tuned his voice to a key which caused one heart to beat fast, one pair of eyes to fill with sudden tears. Moore could not see his friend's face, but he saw Mark's, divined the indiscreet inquiry hovering on his lips, and arrested it with a warning gesture. A pause ensued, during which each person made some mental comment on the last speech, and to several of the group that little moment was a memorable one. Remembering the lost love Warwick had confessed to him, Moore thought with friendliest regret, poor Adam, he finds it impossible to forget. Reading the truth in the keen delight the instant brought her, Sylvia cried out within herself, "Oh, Geoffrey, forgive me, for I love him," and Warwick whispered to that impetuous heart of his, "Be still, we have ventured far enough." Prue spoke first, much disturbed by having her prejudices and opinions opposed, and very anxious to prove herself in the right. Mark and Geoffrey look as if they agreed with Mr. Warwick in his, excuse me if I say, dangerous ideas, but I fancy the personal application of them would change their minds. Now, Mark, just look at it, suppose some one of Jess's lovers should discover an affinity for her, and she for him, what would you do? Shoot him or myself, or all three, and make a neat little tragedy of it. There is no getting a serious answer from you, and I wonder I ever tore. Geoffrey, I put the case to you, if Sylvia should find she adored Julian Hayes, who fell sick when she was married, you know, and should inform you of that agreeable fact some fine day, should you think it quite reasonable and right to say, go, my dear, I'm very sorry, but it can't be helped? The way in which Prue put the case made it impossible for her hearers not to laugh. But Sylvia held her breath while waiting for her husband's answer. He was standing behind her chair, and spoke with the smile still on his lips, too confident to harbour even a passing fancy. Perhaps I ought to be generous enough to do so, but not being a Jakes, with a convenient glacier to help me out of the predicament, I am afraid I should be hard to manage. I love but few, and those few are my world, so do not try me too hardly, Sylvia. I shall do my best, Geoffrey. She dropped her shuttle as she spoke, and stooping to pick it up, down swept the long curls over either cheek. Thus, when she fell to work again, nothing of her face was visible but a glimpse of forehead, black lashes and faintly smiling mouth. Moore led the conversation to other topics, and was soon deep in an art discussion with Mark and Miss Dane, while Prue and Jessie chatted away on that safe subject, dress. But Sylvia worked silently, and Warwick still leaned there watching the busy hand as if he saw something more than a pretty contrast between the white fingers and the scarlet silk. When the other guests had left, and Faith and himself had gone to their rooms, Warwick, bent on not passing another sleepless night hill of unprofitable longings, went down again to get a book. The library was still lighted, and standing there alone he saw Sylvia, wearing an expression that startled him. Both hands pushed back and held her hair away as if she scorned concealment from herself. Her eyes seemed fixed with a despairing glance on some invisible disturber of her peace. All the light and colour that made her beautiful were gone, leaving her face worn and old, and the language of both countenance and attitude was that of one suddenly confronted with some hard fact, some heavy duty, that must be accepted and performed. This revelation lasted but a moment. Moore's step came down the hall, the hair fell, the anguish passed, and nothing but a wan and wemmy face remained. But Warwick had seen it, and as he stole away unperceived he pressed his hands together, saying mournfully within himself, I was mistaken. God help us all. Chapter 16. In the twilight. If Sylvia needed another trial to make that hard week harder, it soon came to her in the knowledge that Warwick watched her. She well knew why, and vainly endeavoured to conceal from him that which she had succeeded in concealing entirely from others. But he possessed the key to her variable moods, He alone knew that now painful forethought, not caprice, dictated many of her seeming whims, and ruled her simplest action. To others she appeared busy, gay, and full of interest in all about her. To him, the industry was a preventive of forbidden thoughts, the gaiety a daily endeavour to forget, the interest, an anxiety concerning the looks and words of her companions, because she must guard her own. Sylvia felt something like terror in the presence of this penetrating eye, this daring will, for the vigilance was unflagging and unobtrusive, and with all her efforts she could not read his heart as she felt her own was being read. Adam could act no part, but bent on learning the truth for the sake of all, he surmounted the dangers of the situation by no artifice, no rash indulgence, but by simply shunning solitary interviews with Sylvia as carefully as the courtesy due his hostess would allow. In walks and drives, and general conversation, he bore his part, surprising and delighting those who knew him best by the genial change which seemed to have softened his rugged nature. But the instant the family group fell apart and Moore's devotion to his cousin left Sylvia alone, Warwick was away into the wood or out upon the sea, lingering there till some meal, some appointed pleasure, or the evening lamp brought all together. Sylvia understood this, and loved him for it even while she longed to have it otherwise. But Moore reproached him for his desultion, doubly felt since the gentler acquirements made him dearer to his friend. Hating all disguises, Wanvic found it hard to withhold the fact which was not his own to give, and sparing no blame to himself, answered Moore's playful complaint with a sad sincerity that freed him from all further pleadings. Geoffrey, I have a heavy heart which even you cannot heal. Leave it to time, and let me come and go as of old, enjoying the social hour when I may, flying to solitude when I must. Much as Sylvia had longed to see these friends, she counted the hours of their stay, for the presence of one was a daily disquieting, because spirits would often flag, conversation fail, and an utter weariness creep over her when she could least account for or yield to it. More than once during that week she longed to lay her head on Faith's kind bosom and ask help. Deep as was her husband's love, it did not possess the soothing power of a woman's sympathy, and though it cradled her as tenderly as if she had been a child, Faith's compassion would have been like motherly arms to fold and foster. But friendly as they soon became, frank as was Faith's regard for Sylvia, earnest as was Sylvia's affection for Faith, she never seemed to reach that deeper place where she desired to be. Always when she thought she had found the innermost that each of us seek for in our friend, she felt that Faith drew back, and a reserve as delicate as inflexible barred her approach with chilly gentleness. This seemed so foreign to Faith's nature that Sylvia pondered and grieved over it till the belief came to her that this woman, so truly excellent and love-worthy, did not desire to receive her confidence, and sometimes a bitter fear assailed her that Warwick was not the only reader of her secret trouble. All things have an end, and the last day came none too soon for one dweller under that hospitable roof. Faith refused all entreaties to stay, and looked somewhat anxiously at Warwick as Moore turned from herself to him with the same urgency. Adam, you will stay? Promise me another week. I never promise, Geoffrey. Believing that, as no denial came, his request was granted, Moore gave his whole attention to Faith, who was to leave them in an hour. Sylvia, while I help our cousin to select and fasten up the books and prints she likes to take with her, will you down into the garden and fill your prettiest basket with our finest grapes? You will like that better than fumbling with folds and string, and you know one's servants should not perform these pleasant services for one's best friends. Glad to be away, Sylvia ran off the long great walk to its sunniest nook, and standing outside the arch, began to lay the purple clusters in her basket. Only a moment was she there alone. Wanvic's shadow, lengthened by the declining sun, soon fell black along the path. He did not see her, nor seem intent on following her. He walked slowly, hat in hand, so slowly that he was but midway down the leafy lane when Faith's voice arrested him. She was in haste, as her hurried step and almost breathless words betrayed, and losing not an instant, she cried before they met, Adam, you will come with me? I cannot leave you here. Do you doubt me, Faith? No, but loving women are so weak. So strong, you mean, men are weakest when they love. Adam, will you come? I will follow you. I shall speak with Geoffrey first. Must you tell him so soon? I must. Faith's hand had been on Wanvik's arm. As he spoke the last words she bent her head upon it for an instant, then without another word turned and hurried back as rapidly as she had come, while Warwick stood where she left him, motionless as if buried in some absorbing thought. All had passed in a moment too short, too full of intense surprise to leave Sylvia time for recollection and betrayal of her presence. Half hidden and wholly unobserved she had seen the unwonted agitation of Faith's countenance and manner, had heard Warwick's softly spoken answers to those eager appeals, and with a great pang had discovered that some tender confidence existed between these two of which she had never dreamed. Sudden as the discovery was its acceptance and belief, for knowing her own weakness, Sylvia found something like relief in the hope that a new happiness for Warwick had ended all temptation, and in time perhaps all pain for herself. Impulsive as ever she leaned upon the seeming TMTH, and making of the fancy a fact, passed into a perfect passion of self-abnegation, thinking, in the brief pause that followed Faith's departure, this is the change we see in him, this made him watch me, hoping I had forgotten, as I once said and believed. I should be glad, I will be glad, and let him see that even while I suffer I can rejoice in that which helps us both. Full of her generous purpose, yet half doubtful how to execute it, Sylvia stepped from the recess where she had stood, and slowly passed toward Warwick, apparently intent on settling her fruity burden as she went. At the first sound of her light step on the gravel he turned, feeling at once that she must have heard, and eager to learn what significance that short dialogue possessed for her. Only a hasty glance did she give him as she came, but it showed him flushed cheeks, excited eyes, and lips a little tremulous as they said "These are for Faith, will you hold the basket while I cover it with leaves?" He took it, and as the first green covering was deftly laid, he asked, below his breath, "Sylvia, did you hear us?" To his unutterable amazement she looked up clearly, and all her heart was in her voice, as she answered with a fervency he could not doubt. "Yes, and I was glad to hear, to know that a nobler woman filled the place I cannot fill. Oh, believe it, Adam, and be sure that the knowledge of your great content will lighten the terrible regret which you have seen as nothing else ever could have done." Down fell the basket at their feet, and taking her face between his hands, Warwick bent and searched with a glance that seemed to penetrate to her heart's core. For a moment she struggled to escape, but the grasp that held her was immovable. She tried to oppose a steadfast front and baffle that perilous inspection, but quick and deep rushed the traitorous colour over cheek and forehead with its mute betrayal. She tried to turn her eyes away, but those other eyes, dark and dilated with intensity of purpose, fixed her own, and the confronting countenance wore an expression which made its familiar features look awfully large and grand to her panic-stricken sight. A sense of utter helplessness fell on her, courage deserted her, pride changed to fear, defiance to despair. As the flush faded, the fugitive glance was arrested and the upturned face became a pale blank, ready to receive the answer that strong scrutiny was slowly bringing to the light, as invisible characters start out upon a page when fire passes over them. Neither spoke, but soon through all opposing barriers the magnetism of an indomitable will drew forth the truth, set free the captive passion pent so long, and wrung from those reluctant lineaments a full confession of that power which heaven has gifted with eternal youth. The instant this assurance was his own beyond a doubt, Warwick released her, snatched up his hat, and hurrying down the path vanished in the wood. Spent as with an hour's excitement, and bewildered by emotions which she could no longer master, Sylvia lingered in the great walk till her husband called her. Then hastily refilling her basket, she shook her hair about her face and went to bid Faith good-bye. Moore was to accompany her to the city, and they left early, that Faith might pause for adieu to Mark and Prudence. "Where is Adam? Has he gone before, or been inveigled into staying?" Moore spoke to Sylvia, but busied in fastening the basket lid, she seemed not to hear, and Faith replied for her. "He will take a later boat, we need not wait for him. When Faith embraced Sylvia, all the coldness had melted from her manner, and her voice was tender as a mother's as she whispered low in her ear, "Dear child, if ever you need any help that Geoffrey cannot give, remember Cousin Faith." For 2 hours Sylvia sat alone, not idle, for in the first real solitude she had enjoyed for 7 days she looked deeply into herself, and putting by all disguises owned the truth, and resolved to repair the past if possible, as Faith had counselled in the case which she had now made her own. Like so many of us, Sylvia often saw her errors too late to avoid committing them, and failing to do the right thing at the right moment, kept herself forever in arrears with that creditor who must inevitably be satisfied. She had been coming to this decision all that weary week, and these quiet hours left her both resolute and resigned. As she sat there while the early twilight began to gather, her eye often turned to Warwick's travelling bag, which Faith, having espied it ready in his chamber, had brought down and laid in the library, as a reminder of her wish. As she looked at it, Sylvia's heart yearned toward it in the fond, foolish way which women have of endowing the possessions of those they love with the attractions of sentient things, and a portion of their owner's character or claim upon themselves. It was like Warwick, simple and strong, no key, and every mark of the long use which had tested its capabilities and proved them durable. A pair of gloves lay beside it on the chair, and though she longed to touch anything of his, she resisted the temptation till, pausing near them in one of her journeys to the window, she saw a rent in the glove that lay uppermost. That appeal was irresistible. Poor Adam! There has been no one to care for him so long, and Faith does not yet know how. Surely I may perform so small a service for him if he never knows how tenderly I do it. Standing ready to drop her work at a sound, Sylvia snatched a brief satisfaction which solaced her more than an hour of idle lamentation, and as she kissed the glove with a long, sad kiss, and put it down with eyes that dimly saw where it should be, perhaps there went as much real love and sorrow into that little act as ever glorified some greater deed. Then she went to lie in the refuge as she had named an ancient chair, with her head on its embracing arm. Not weeping, but quietly watching the flicker of the fire, which filled the room with warm duskiness, making the twilight doubly pleasant, till a sudden blaze leaped up, showing her that her watch was over and Warwick come. She had not heard him enter, but there he was close before her, his face glowing with the frosty air, his eye clear and kind, and in his aspect that nameless charm which won for him the confidence of whosoever read his countenance. Scarce knowing why, Sylvia felt reassured that all was well, and looked up with more welcome in her heart than she dared betray in words. "Come at last. Where have you been so long, Adam?" "Round the island I suspect, for I lost my way, and had no guide but instinct to lead me home again. I like to say that word, for though it is not home it seems so to me now. May I sit here before I go, and warm myself at your fire, Sylvia?" Sure of his answer, he established himself on the stool at her feet, stretched his hands to the great iftal blaze, and went on with some inward resolution, lending its power and depth to his voice. "I had a question to settle with myself and went to find my best counsellors in the wood. Often when I am harassed by some perplexity or doubt to which I can find no wise or welcome answer, I walk myself into a belief that it will come, then it appears. I stoop to break a handsome flower, to pick up a cone, or watch some little creature happier than I, and there lies my answer, like a good luck penny, ready to my hand." "Faith has gone, but Geoffrey hopes to keep you for another week," said Sylvia, ignoring the unsafe topic. "Shall he have his wish? Faith expects you to follow her. And you think I ought?" "I think you will." "When does the next boat leave?" "An hour hence." "I'll wait for it here. Did I wake you coming in?" "I was not asleep, only lazy, warm, and quiet." "And deadly tired, dear soul, how can it be otherwise, leading the life you lead?" There was such compassion in his voice, such affection in his eye, such fostering kindliness in the touch of the hand he laid upon her own, that Sylvia cried within herself, "Oh, if Geoffrey would only come," and hoping for that help to save her from herself, she hastily replied, "You are mistaken, Adam, my life is easier than I dare so, makes me very miserable, the truth to me, Sylvia." My husband Warwick rose as he spoke, closed the door and came back wearing an expression which caused her to start up with a gesture of entreaty. "No, no, I will not hear you. Adam, you must not speak." He paused opposite her, leaving a little space between them, which he did not cross through all that followed, and with that look, inflexible yet pitiful, he answered steadily, "I must speak and you will hear me. But understand me, Sylvia, I desire and design no French sentiment nor sin like that we heard of, and what I say now I would say if Geoffrey stood between us. I have settled this point after long thought and the heartiest prayers I ever prayed, and much as I have at stake, I speak more for your sake than my own. Therefore do not entreat nor delay, but listen and let me show you the wrong you are doing yourself, your husband, and your friend. Does Faith know all the past? Does she desire you to do this that her happiness may be secure?" demanded Sylvia. "Faith is no more to me, nor I to Faith, than the friendliest regard can make us. She suspected that I loved you long ago, she now believes that you love me, she pities her cousin tenderly, but will not meddle with the tangle we have made of our 3 lives. Forget that folly, and let me speak to you as I should. When we parted I thought that you loved Geoffrey, so did you. When I came here I was sure of it for a day, but on that second night I saw your face as you stood here alone, and then I knew what I have since assured myself of. God knows, I think my gain dearly purchased by his loss. I see your double trial, I know the tribulations in store for all of us, yet, as an honest man, I must speak out, because you ought not to delude yourself or Geoffrey another day. What right have you to come between us and decide my duty, Adam?" Sylvia spoke passionately, roused to resistance by his manner and the turmoil of emotions warring within her. The right of a sane man to save the woman he loves from destroying her own peace forever, and undermining the confidence of the friend dearest to them both. I know this is not the world's way in such matters, but I care not, because I believe one human creature has a right to speak to another in times like these as if they too stood alone. I will not command, I will appeal to you, and if you are the candid soul I think you, your own words shall prove the truth of what I say. Sylvia, do you love your husband? Yes, Adam, dearly. More than you love me. I wish I did. I wish I did. Are you happy with him? I was till you came, I shall be when you are gone. Never. It is impossible to go back to the blind tranquility you once enjoyed. Now a single duty lies before you, delay is weak, deceit is wicked, utter sincerity alone can help us. Tell Geoffrey all, then, whether you live your life alone, or one day come to me, there is no false dealing to repent of, and looking the hard fact in the face robs it of one half its terrors. Will you do this, Sylvia? No, Adam. Remember what he said that night, I love but few, and those few are my world. I am chief in that world, shall I destroy it, for my selfish pleasure? He waited for me very long, is waiting still, can I for a second time disappoint the patient heart that would find it easier to give up life than the poor possession which I am? No, I ought not, dare not do it yet. If you dare not speak the truth to your friend, you do not deserve him, and the name is a lie. You ask me to remember what he said that night, I ask you to recall the look with which he begged you not to try him too hardly. Put it to yourself, which is the kinder justice, a full confession now, or a late one hereafter, when longer subterfuge has made it harder for you to offer, bitter for him to receive? I tell you, Sylvia, it were more merciful to murder him outright than to slowly wear away his faith, his peace, and love be a vain endeavour to perform as a duty what should be your sweetest pleasure, and what will soon become a burden heavier than you can bear. You do not see as I see, you cannot understand what I am to him, nor can I tell you what he is to me. It is not as if I could dislike or despise him for any unworthiness of his own, nor as if he were a lover only. Then I could do much which now is worse than impossible, for I have married him, and it is too late. Oh, Sylvia! Why could you not have waited? Why? Because I am what I am, too easily led by circumstances, too entirely possessed by whatever hope, belief, or fear rules me for the hour. Give me a steadfast nature like your own and I will be as strong. I know I am weak, but I am not willfully wicked, and when I ask you to be silent, it is because I want to save him from the pain of doubt, and to teach myself to love him as I should. I must have time, but I can bear much and endeavour more persistently than you believe. If I forgot you once, can I not again? And should I not? I am all in all to him, while you, so strong, so self-reliant, can do without my love as you have done till now, and will soon outlive your sorrow for the loss of that which might have made us happy had I been more patient. Yes, I shall outlive it, else I should have little faith in myself. But I shall not forget, and if you would remain forever what you now are to me, you will so act that nothing may mar this memory, if it is to be no more. I doubt your power to forget an affection which has survived so many changes and withstood assaults such as Geoffrey must unconsciously have made upon it. But I have no right to condemn your beliefs, to order your actions, or force you to accept my code of morals if you are not ready for it. You must decide, but do not again deceive yourself, and to off whatever comes hold fast to that which is better worth preserving than husband, happiness, or friend. His words fell cold on Sylvia's ear, for with the inconsistency of a woman's heart she thought he gave her up too readily, yet honoured him more truly for sacrificing both himself and her to the principle that ruled his life and made him what he was. His seeming resignation steadied her, for now he waited her decision, while before he was only bent on executing the purpose wherein he believed salvation lay. She girded up her strength, collected her thoughts, and tried to show him what she believed to be her duty. Let me tell you how it is with me, Adam, and be patient if I am not wise and brave like you, but far too young, too ignorant to bear such troubles well. I am not leaning on my own judgment now, but on Faith's, and though you do not love her as I hoped, you feel she is one to trust. She said the wife, in that fictitious case which was so real to us, the wife should leave no effort unmade, no self-denial unexacted, till she had fairly proved that she could not be what she had promised. Then, and then only, had she a right to undo the tie that had bound her. I must do this before I think of your love or my own, for on my marriage morning I made a vow within myself that Geoffrey's happiness should be the first duty of my life. I shall keep that vow as sacredly as I will those I made before the world, until I find that it is utterly beyond my power, then I will break altogether. You have tried that once, and failed. No, I have never tried it as I shall now. At first, I did not know the truth, then I was afraid to believe, and struggled blindly to forget. Now I see clearly, I confess it, I resolve to conquer it, and I will not yield until I have done my best. You say you must respect me. Could you do so if I no longer respected myself? I should not, if I forgot all Geoffrey had borne and done for me, and could not bear and do this thing for him. I must make the effort, and make it silently, for he is very proud with all his gentleness, and would reject the seeming sacrifice though he would make one doubly hard for love of me. If I am to stay with him, it spares him the bitterest pain he could suffer, if I am to go, it gives him a few more months of happiness, and I may so prepare him that the parting will be less hard. How others would act I cannot tell, I only know that this seems right to me, and I must fight my fight alone, even if I die in doing it. She was so earnest, yet so humble, so weak in all but the desire to do well, so young to be tormented with such fateful issues, and withal so steadfast in the grateful yet remorseful tenderness she bore her husband, that though sorely disappointed and not one whit convinced, Warwick could only submit to this woman-hearted child, and love her with redoubled love, both for what she was and what she aspired to be. Sylvia, what would you have me do? You must go away, and for a long time, Adam, because when you are near me my will is swayed by yours, and what you desire I long to give you. Go quite away, and through faith you may learn whether I succeed or fail. It is hard to say this, yet you know it is a truer hospitality in me to send you from my door than to detain and offer you temptation for your daily bread. How strangely Ottila came back to him, and all the scenes he had passed flew off with her, a perilous contrast just then. Yet, despite his pride in the loving little creature who put him from her that she might be worthy of him, one irrepressible lament swelled his heart and passed his lips. Ah, Sylvia! I thought that parting on the mountain was the hardest I could ever know, but this is harder, for now I have but to say come to me, and you would come. But the bitter moment had its drop of honey, whose sweetness nourished him when all else failed. Sylvia answered with a perfect confidence in that integrity which even her own longing could not bribe. Yes, Adam, but you will not say it, because feeling as I feel, you know I must not come to you. He did know it, and confessed his submission by folding fast the arms half opened for her, and standing dumb with the words trembling on his lips. It was the bravest action of a life full of real valor, for the sacrifice was not made with more than human fortitude. The man's heart clamoured for its right, patience was weary, hope despaired, and all natural instincts mutinied against the command that bound them. But no grain of virtue ever falls wasted to the ground, it drops back upon its giver a regathered strength, and cannot fail of its reward in some kindred soul's approval, imitation, or delight. It was so then, as Sylvia went to him, for though she did not touch nor smile upon him, he felt her nearness, and the parting assured him that its power bound them closer than the happiest union. In her face there shone a look half fervent, half devout, and her voice had no falter in it now. You show me what I should be. All my life I have desired strength of heart and stability of soul, may I not hope to earn for myself a little of the integrity I love in you? If courage, self-denial, and self-help make you what you are, can I have a more effectual guide? You say you shall outlive this passion, why should not I imitate your brave example, and find the consolations you shall find? Oh, Adam, let me try. You shall. Then go now, while I can say it as I should. The good Lord bless and help you, Sylvia. She gave him both her hands, but though he only pressed them silently, that pressure nearly destroyed the victory she had won, for the strong grasp snapped the slender guard ring Moore had given her a week ago. She heard it drop with a golden tinkle on the hearth, saw the dark oval, with its doubly significant character, roll into the ashes, and felt Warwick's hold tighten as if he echoed the emphatic word uttered when the ineffectual gift was first bestowed. Superstition flowed in Sylvia's blood, and was as unconquerable as the imagination which supplied its food. This omen startled her. It seemed a forewarning that endeavour would be vain, that submission was wisdom, and that the husband's charm had lost its virtue when the stronger power claimed her. The desire to resist began to waver as the old passionate longing sprang up more eloquent than ever. She felt the rush of a coming impulse, knew that it would sweep her into Warwick's arms, there to forget her duty, to forfeit his respect. With the last effort of a sorely tried spirit she tore her hands away, fled up to the room which had never needed lock or key till now, and stifling the sound of those departing steps among the cushions of the little couch where she had wept away childish woes and dreamed girlish dreams, she struggled with the great sorrow of her too early womanhood, uttering with broken voice that petition oftenest quoted from the one prayer which expresses all our needs, lead me not into temptation, but deliver me from evil. Chapter 17. Asleep and awake. March winds were howling round the house, the clock was striking 2, the library lamp still burned, and Moore sat writing with an anxious face. Occasionally, he paused to look backward through off the leaves of the book in which he wrote, sometimes he sat with suspended pen, thinking deeply, and once or twice he laid it down, to press his hand over eyes more wemmy than the mind that compelled them to this late service. Returning to his work after one of these pauses, he was a little startled to see Sylvia standing on the threshold of the door. Rising hastily to ask if she were ill, he stopped halfway across the room, for, with a thrill of apprehension and surprise, he saw that she was asleep. Her eyes were open, fixed and vacant, her face reposeful, her breathing regular, and Evio sense apparently wrapped in the profoundest unconsciousness. Fearful of awakening her too suddenly, Moore stood motionless, yet full of interest, for this was his first experience of somnambulism, and it was a strange, almost an awful sight, to witness the blind obedience of the body to the soul that mled it. For several minutes she remained where she first appeared. Then, as if the dream demanded action, she stooped, and seemed to take some object from a chair beside the door, held it an instant, kissed it softly and laid it down. Slowly and steadily she went across the room, avoiding all obstacles with the unerring instinct that often leads the sleepwalker through dangers that appall his waking eyes, and sat down in the great chair he had left, leaned her cheek upon its arm, and rested tranquilly for several minutes. Soon the dream disturbed her, and lifting her head, she bent forward, as if addressing or caressing someone seated at her feet. Involuntarily her husband smiled, for often when they were alone he sat there reading or talking to her, while she played with his hair, likening its brown abundance to young Milton's curling locks in the picture overhead. The smile had hardly risen when it was scared away, for Sylvia suddenly sprang up with both hands out, calling in a voice that rent the silence with its imploring energy, "No, no, you must not speak. I will not hear you." Her own cry woke her. Consciousness and memory returned together, and her face whitened with a look of terror, as her bewildered eyes showed her not Warwick, but her husband. This look, so full of fear, yet so intelligent, startled Moore more than the apparition all had done, for a conviction flashed into his mind that some unsuspected trouble had been burdening Sylvia, and was now finding vent against her will. Anxious to possess himself of the truth, and bent on doing so, he veiled his purpose for a time, letting his unchanged manner reassure and compose her. "Dear child, don't look so lost and wild. You are quite safe, and have only been wandering in your sleep. Why, Mrs. Macbeth, have you murdered someone, that you go crying out in this uncanny way, frightening me as much as I seem to have frightened you?" "I have murdered sleep." "What did I do? What did I say?" she asked, trembling and shrinking as she dropped into her chair. Hoping to quiet her, he took his place on the footstool, and told her what had passed. At first, she listened with a divided mind, for so strongly was she still impressed with the vividness of the dream, she half expected Warwick to rise like Banquo, and claim the seat that a single occupancy seemed to have made his own. An expression of intense relief replaced that of fear, when she had heard all, and she composed herself with the knowledge that her secret was still hers. For, dreary bosom guest as it was, she had not yet resolved to end her trial. "What set you walking, Sylvia?" "I recollect hearing the clock strike 1, and thinking I would come down to see what you were doing so late, but must have dropped off and carried out my design asleep. You see, I put on wrapper and slippers as I always do, when I take nocturnal rambles awake. How pleasant the fire feels, and how cozy you look here, no wonder you like to stay and enjoy it." She leaned forward, warming her hands in unconscious imitation of Adam, on the night which she had been recalling before she slept. Moore watched her with increasing disquiet, for never had he seen her in a mood like this. She evaded his question, she averted her eyes, she half hid her face, and with a gesture that of late had grown habitual, seemed to try to hide her heart. Often had she baffled him, sometimes grieved him, but never before showed that she feared him. This wounded both his love and pride, and this fixed his resolution, to wring from her an explanation of the changes which had passed over her within those winter months, for they had been many and mysterious. As if she feared silence, Sylvia soon spoke again. "Why are you up so late? This is not the first time I have seen your lamp burning when I woke. What are you studying so deeply?" "My wife." Leaning on the arm of her chair he looked up wistfully, tenderly, as if inviting confidence, suing for affection. The words, the look, smote Sylvia to the heart, and but for the thought, "I have not tried long enough," she would have uttered the confession that leaped to her lips. Once spoken, it would be too late for secret effort or success, and this man's happiest hopes would vanish in a breath. Knowing that his nature was almost as sensitively fastidious as a woman's, she also knew that the discovery of her love for Adam, innocent as it had been, self-denying as it tried to be, would forever mar the beauty of his wedded life for Moore. No hour of it would seem sacred, no act, look, or word of hers entirely his own, nor any of the dear delights of home remain undercanned by the shadow of his friend. She could not speak yet, and turning her eyes to the fire, she asked, "Why study me? Have you no better book? None that I love to read so well or have such need to understand, because, though nearest and dearest as you are to me, I seem to know you less than any friend I have. I do not wish to wound you, dear, nor be exacting, but since we were married you have grown more shy than ever, and the act which should have drawn us tenderly together seems to have estranged us. You never talk now of yourself, or ask me to explain the working of that busy mind of yours, and lately you have sometimes shunned me, as if solitude were pleasanter than my society. Is it, Sylvia? Sometimes, I always like to be alone, you know." She answered as truly as she could, feeling that his love demanded every confidence but the one which would destroy its peace past help. "I knew I had a most tenacious heart, but I hoped it was not a selfish one," he sorrowfully said. "Now I see that it is, and deeply regret that my hopeful spirit, my impatient love, has brought disappointment to us both. I should have waited longer, should have been less confident of my own power to win you, and never let you waste your life in vain endeavours to be happy when I was not all to you that you expected. I should not have consented to your wish to spend the winter here so much alone with me. I should have known that such a quiet home and studious companion could not have many charms for a young girl like you. Forgive me, I will do better, and this one-sided life of ours shall be changed, for while I have been supremely content you have been miserable." It was impossible to deny it, and with a tearless sob she laid her arm about his neck, her head on his shoulder, and mutely confessed the truth of what he said. The trouble deepened in his face, but he spoke out more cheerfully, believing that he had found the secret sorrow. "Thank heaven, nothing is past mending, and we will yet be happy. An entire change shall be made, you shall no longer devote yourself to me, but I to you. Will you go abroad, and forget this dismal home until its rest grows inviting, Sylvia?" "No, Geoffrey, not yet. I will learn to make the home pleasant, I will work harder, and leave no time for ennui and discontent. I promise to make your happiness, and I can do it better here than anywhere. Let me try again." "No, Sylvia, you work too hard already, you do everything with such vehemence you wear out your body before your will is weary, and that brings melancholy. I am very credulous, but when I see that acts belie words I cease to believe. These months assure me that you are not happy. Have I found the secret thorn that frets you?" She did not answer, for truth she could not, and falsehood she would not, give him. He rose, went walking to and fro, searching memory, heart, and conscience for any other cause, but found none, and saw only one way out of his bewilderment. He drew a chair before her, sat down, and looking at her with the masterful expression dominant in his face, asked briefly, "Sylvia, have I been tyrannical, unjust, unkind, since you came to me? Oh, Geoffrey, too generous, too just, too tender. Have I claimed any rights but those you gave me, entreated or demanded any sacrifices knowingly and willfully? Never. Now I do claim my right to know your heart, I do entreat and demand one thing, your confidence." Then she felt that the hour had come, and tried to prepare to meet it as she should by remembering that she had endeavoured prayerfully, desperately, despairingly, to do her duty, and had failed. Warwick was right, she could not forget him. There was such vitality in the man and in the sentiment he inspired, that it endowed his memory with a power more potent than the visible presence of her husband. The knowledge of his love now undid the work that ignorance had helped patience and pride to achieve before. The more she struggled to forget, the deeper, dearer, grew the yearning that must be denied, till months of fruitless effort convinced her that it was impossible to outlive a passion more indomitable than will, or penitence, or perseverance. Now she saw the wisdom of Adam's warning, and felt that he knew both his friend's heart and her own better than herself. Now she bitterly regretted that she had not spoken out when he was there to help her, and before the least deceit had taken the dignity from sorrow. Nevertheless, though she trembled she resolved, and while Moore spoke on, she made ready to atone for past silence by a perfect loyalty to TMTH. My wife, concealment is not generosity, for the heaviest trouble shared together could not so take the sweetness from my life, the charm from home, or make me more miserable than this want of confidence. It is a double wrong, because you not only mar my peace but destroy your own by wasting health and happiness in vain endeavours to bear some grief alone. Your eye seldom meets mine now, your words are measured, your actions cautious, your innocent gaiety all gone. You hide your heart from me, you hide your face, I seem to have lost the frank girl whom I loved, and found a melancholy woman, who suffers silently till her honest nature rebels, and brings her to confession in her sleep. There is no page of my life which I have not freely shown you, do I do not deserve an equal candour? Shall I not receive it? Yes. Sylvia, what stands between us? Adam Warwick. Earnest as a prayer, brief as a command had been the question, instantaneous was the reply, as Sylvia knelt down before him, put back the veil that should never hide her from him any more, looked up into her husband's face without one shadow in her own, and steadily told all. The revelation was too utterly unexpected, too difficult of belief to be at once accepted or understood. Moore started at the name, then leaned forward, breathless and intent, as if to seize the words before they left her lips, words that recalled incidents and acts dark and unmeaning till the spark of intelligence fired a long train of memories and enlightened him with terrible rapidity. Blinded by his own devotion, the knowledge of Adam's love and loss seemed gauges of his fidelity. The thought that he loved Sylvia never had occurred to him, and seemed incredible even when her own lips told it. She had been right in fearing the effect this knowledge would have upon him. It stung his pride, wounded his heart, and forever marred his faith in love and friendship. As the truth broke over him, cold and bitter as a billow of the sea, she saw gathering in his face the still white grief and indignation of an outraged spirit, suffering with all a woman's pain, with all a man's intensity of passion. His eye grew fierce and stern, the veins rose dark upon his forehead, the lines about the mouth showed hard and grim, the whole face altered terribly. As she looked, Sylvia thanked heaven that Warwick was not there to feel the sudden atonement for an innocent offence which his friend might have exacted before this natural but unworthy temptation had passed by. Now I have given all my confidence, though I may have broken both our hearts in doing it. I do not hope for pardon yet, but I am sure of pity, and I leave my fate in your hands. Geoffrey, what shall I do? Wait for me. And putting her away, Moore left the room. Suffering too much in mind to remember that she had a body, Sylvia remained where she was, and leaning her head upon her hands tried to recall what had passed, to nerve herself for what was to come. Her first sensation was one of unutterable relief. The long struggle was over, the haunting care was gone, there was nothing now to conceal, she might be herself again, and her spirit rose with something of its old elasticity as the heavy burden was removed. A moment she enjoyed this hard-won freedom, then the memory that the burden was not lost but laid on other shoulders, filled her with an anguish too sharp to find vent in tears, too deep to leave any hope of cure except in action. But how act? She had performed the duty so long, so vainly delayed, and when the first glow of satisfaction passed, found redoubled anxiety, regret, and pain before her. Clear and hard the TMTH stood there, and no power of hers could recall the words that showed it to her husband, could give them back the early blindness, or the later vicissitudes of hope and fear. In the long silence that filled the room she had time to calm her perturbation and comfort her remorse by the vague but helpful belief which seldom deserts sanguine spirits, that something, as yet unseen and unsuspected, would appear to heal the breach, to show what was to be done, and to make all happy in the end. Where Moore went or how long he stayed Sylvia never knew, but when at length he came, her first glance showed her that pride is as much to be dreaded as passion. No gold is without alloy, and now she saw the shadow of a nature which had seemed all sunshine. She knew he was very proud, but never thought to be the cause of its saddest manifestation, one which showed her that its presence could make the silent sorrow of a just and gentle man a harder trial to sustain than the hottest anger, the bitterest reproach. Scarcely paler than when he went, there was no sign of violent emotion in his countenance. His eye shone keen and dark, an anxious fold crossed his forehead, and a melancholy gravity replaced the cheerful serenity his face once wore. Wherein the alteration lay Sylvia could not tell, but over the whole man some subtle change had passed. The sudden frost which had blighted the tenderest affection of his life seemed to have left its chill behind, robbing his manner of its cordial charm, his voice of its heartsome ring, and giving him the look of one who sternly said, "Ill must suffer, but it shall be alone." Cold and quiet, he stood regarding her with a strange expression, as if endeavouring to realize the TMTH, and see in her not his wife but Warwick's lover. Oppressed by the old fear, now augmented by a measureless regret, she could only look up at him feeling that her husband had become her judge. Yet as she looked she was conscious of a momentary wonder at the seeming transposition of character in the two so near and dear to her. Strong-hearted Warwick wept like any child, but accepted his disappointment without complaint and bore it manfully. Moore, from whom she would sooner have expected such demonstration, grew stormy first, then stern, as she once believed his friend would have done. She forgot that Moore's pain was the sharper, his wound the deeper, for the patient hope cherished so long, the knowledge that he never had been, never could be loved as he loved, the sense of wrong that could not but burn even in the meekest heart at such a late discovery, such an entire loss. Sylvia spoke first, not audibly, but with a little gesture of supplication, a glance of sorrowful submission. He answered both, not by lamentation or reproach, but by just enough of his accustomed tenderness in touch and tone to make her tears break forth, as he placed her in the ancient chair so often occupied together, took the one opposite, and sweeping a clear space on the table between them, looked across it with the air of a man bent on seeing his way and following it at any cost. "Now Sylvia, I can listen as I should." "Oh, Geoffrey, what can I say? Repeat all you have already told me." "I only gathered one fact then, now I want the circumstances, for I find this confession difficult of belief." Perhaps no sterner expiation could have been required of her than to sit there, face to face, eye to eye, and tell again that little history of thwarted love and fruitless endeavour. Excitement had given her courage for the first confession, now it was torture to carefully repeat what had poured freely from her lips before. But she did it, glad to prove her penitence by any test he might apply. Tears often blinded her, uncontrollable emotion often arrested her, and more than once she turned on him a beseeching look, which asked as plainly as words, "Must I go on?" Intent on learning all, Moore was unconscious of the trial he imposed, unaware that the change in himself was the keenest reproach he could have made, and still with a persistency as gentle as inflexible, he pursued his purpose to the end. When great drops rolled down her cheeks he dried them silently, when she paused, he waited till she calmed herself, and when she spoke he listened with few interruptions but a question now and then. Occasionally a sudden flush of passionate pain swept across his face, as some phrase, implying rather than expressing Warwick's love or Sylvia's longing, escaped the narrator's lips, and when she described their parting on that very spot, his eye went from her to the hearth her words seemed to make desolate, with a glance she never could forget. But when the last question was answered, the last appeal for pardon brokenly uttered, nothing but the pale pride remained, and his voice was cold and quiet as his mien. "Yes, it is this which has baffled and kept me groping in the dark so long, for I wholly trusted what I wholly loved. Alas, it was that very confidence that made my task seem so necessary and so hard. How often I longed to go to you with my great trouble as I used to do with lesser ones. But here you would suffer more than I, and having done the wrong, it was for me to pay the penalty. So like many another weak yet willing soul, I tried to keep you happy at all costs. One frank word before I married you would have spared us this. Could you not foresee the end and dare to speak it, Sylvia? I see it now, I did not then, else I would have spoken as freely as I speak tonight. I thought I had outlived my love for Adam, it seemed kind to spare you a knowledge that would disturb your friendship, so though I told the TMTH, I did not tell it all. I thought temptations came from without, I could withstand such, and I did, even when it wore Adam's shape. This temptation came so suddenly, seemed so harmless, generous and just, that I yielded to it unconscious that it was one. Surely I deceived myself as cruelly as I did you, and God knows I have tried to atone for it when time taught me my fatal error. Poor child, it was too soon for you to play the perilous game of hearts. I should have known it, and left you to the safe and simple joys of girlhood. Forgive me that I have kept you a prisoner so long, take off the fetter I put on, and go, Sylvia. No, do not put me from you yet, do not think that I can hurt you so, and then be glad to leave you suffering alone. Look like your kind self if you can, talk to me as you used to, let me show you my heart and you will see how large a place you fill in it. Let me begin again, for now the secret is told there is no fear to keep out love, and I can give my whole strength to learning the lesson you have tried so patiently to teach. You cannot, Sylvia. We are as much divorced as if judge and jury had decided the righteous but hard separation for us. You can never be a wife to me with an unconquerable affection in your heart, I can never be your husband while the shadow of a fear remains. I will have all or nothing. Adam foretold this. He knew you best, and I should have followed the brave counsel he gave me long ago. Oh, if he were only here to help us! The desire broke from Sylvia's lips involuntarily as she turned for strength to the strong soul that loved her. But it was like wind to smouldering fire, a pang of jealousy wrung Moore's heart, and he spoke out with a flash of the eye that startled Sylvia more than the rapid change of voice and manner. Hush! Say anything of yourself or me, and I can bear it, but spare me the sound of Adam's name tonight. A man's nature is not forgiving like a woman's, and the best of us harbour impulses you know nothing of. If I am to lose wife, friend, and home, for God's sake leave me my self-respect. All the coldness and pride passed from Moore's face as the climax of his sorrow came. With an impetuous gesture he threw his arms across the table, and laid down his head in a paroxysm of tearless suffering such as men only know. How Sylvia longed to speak. But what consolation could the tenderest words supply? She searched for some alleviating suggestion, some happier hope, none came. Her eye turned imploringly to the pictured fates above her as if imploring them to aid her. But they looked back at her inexorably dumb, and instinctively her thought passed beyond them to the ruler of all fates, asking the help which never is refused. No words embodied her appeal, no sound expressed it, only a voiceless cry from the depths of a contrite spirit, owning its weakness, making known its want. She prayed for submission, but her deeper need was seen, and when she asked for patience to endure, Heaven sent her power to act, and out of this sharp trial brought her a better strength and clearer knowledge of herself than years of smoother experience could have bestowed. A sense of security, of stability, came to her as that entire reliance assured her by its all-sustaining power that she had found what she most needed to make life clear to her and duty sweet. With her face in her hands, she sat, forgetful that she was not alone, as in that brief but precious moment she felt the exceeding comfort of a childlike faith in the one friend who, when we are deserted by all, even by ourselves, puts forth his hand and gathers us tenderly to himself. Her husband's voice recalled her, and looking up she showed him such an earnest, patient countenance, it touched him like an unconscious rebuke. The first tears she had seen rose to his eyes, and all the old tenderness came back into his voice, softening the dismissal which had been more coldly begun. "Dear, silence and rest are best for both of us tonight. We cannot treat this trouble as we should till we are calmer, then we will take counsel how soonest to end what never should have been begun. Forgive me, pray for me, and in sleep forget me for a little while." He held the door for her, but as she passed Sylvia lifted her face for the good-night caress without which she had never left him since she became his wife. She did not speak, but her eye humbly besought this token of forgiveness, nor was it denied. Moore laid his hand upon her lips, saying, "These are Adam's now," and kissed her on the forehead. Such a little thing, but it overcame Sylvia with the sorrowful certainty of the loss which had befallen both, and she crept away, feeling herself an exile from the heart and home whose happy mistress she could never be again. Moore watched the little figure going upward, and weeping softly as it went, as if he echoed the sad never any more which those tears expressed, and when it vanished with a backward look, shut himself in alone with his great sorrow. Chapter XVM. What next? Sylvia laid her head down on her pillow, believing that this night would be the longest, saddest she had ever known. But before she had time to sigh for sleep it wrapped her in its comfortable arms, and held her till day broke. Sunshine streamed across the room, and early birds piped on the budding boughs that swayed before the window. But no morning smile saluted her, no morning flower awaited her, and nothing but a little note lay on the unpressed pillow at her side. "Sylvia, I have gone away to Faith, because this proud, resentful spirit of mine must be subdued before I meet you. I leave that behind me which will speak to you more kindly, calmly than I can now, and show you that my effort has been equal to my failure. There is nothing for me to do but submit, manfully if I must, meekly if I can, and this short exile will prepare me for the longer one to come. Take counsel with those nearer and dearer to you than myself, and secure the happiness which I have so ignorantly delayed, but cannot willily destroy. God be with you, and through all that is and is to come, remember that you remain beloved forever in the heart of Geoffrey Moore." Sylvia had known many sad uprisings, but never a sadder one than this, and the hours that followed aged her more than any year had done. All day she wandered aimlessly to and fro, for the inward conflict would not let her rest. The house seemed home no longer when its presiding genius was gone, and everywhere some token of his former presence touched her with its mute reproach. She asked no counsel of her family, for well she knew the outburst of condemnation, incredulity, and grief that would assail her there. They could not help her yet, they would only augment perplexities, weaken convictions, and distract her mind. When she was sure of herself she would tell them, endure their indignation and regret, and steadily execute the new purpose, whatever it should be. To many it might seem an easy task to break the bond that burdened and assume the tie that blessed. But Sylvia had grown wise in self-knowledge, timorous too of self-delusion, therefore the greater the freedom given her the more she hesitated to avail herself of it. The nobler each friend grew as she turned from one to the other, the more impossible seemed the decision, for generous spirit and loving heart contended for the mastery, yet neither won. She knew that Moore had put her from him never to be recalled till some miracle was wrought that should make her tmly his. This renunciation showed her how much he had become to her, how entirely she had learned to lean upon him, and how great a boon such perfect love was in itself. Even the prospect of a life with Warwick brought forebodings with its hope. Reason made her listen to many doubts which hitherto passion had suppressed. Would she never tire of his unrest? Could she fill so large a heart and give it power as well as warmth? Might not the two wills clash, the ardent natures inflame one another, the stronger intellect exhaust the weaker, and disappointment come again? And as she asked these questions, conscience, the monitor whom no bribe can tempt, no clue eat silence, invariably answered yes. But chief among the cares that beset her was one that grew more burdensome with thought. By her own will she had put her liberty into another's keeping, law confirmed the act, gospel sanctioned the vow, and it could only be redeemed by paying the costly price demanded of those who own that they have drawn a blank in the lottery of marriage. Public opinion is a grim ghost that daunts the bravest, and Sylvia knew that trials lay before her from which she would shrink and suffer, as only a woman sensitive and proud as she could shrink and suffer. Once apply this remedy and any tongue would have the power to wound, any eye to insult with pity or contempt, any stranger to criticize or condemn, and she would have no means of redress, no place of refuge, even in that stronghold, Adam's heart. All that dreary day she wrestled with these stubborn facts, but could neither mould nor modify them as she would, and evening found her spent, but not decided. Too excited for sleep, yet too weary for exertion, she turned bedward, hoping that the darkness and the silence of night would bring good counsel, if not rest. Till now she had shunned the library as one shuns the spot where one has suffered most. But as she passed the open door the gloom that reigned within seemed typical of that which had fallen on its absent master, and following the impulse of the moment Sylvia went in to light it with the little glimmer of her lamp. Nothing had been touched, for no hand but her own preserved the order of this room, and all household duties had been neglected on that day. The old chair stood where she had left it, and over its arm was thrown the velvet coat, half dressing gown, half blouse, that Moore liked to wear at this household trysting place. Sylvia bent to fold it smoothly as it hung, and feeling that she must solace herself with some touch of tenderness, laid her cheek against the soft garment, whispering good night. Something glittered on the cushion of the chair, and looking nearer she found a steel-clasped book, upon the cover of which lay a dead heliotrope, a little key. It was Moore's diary, and now she understood that passage of the note which had been obscure before. I leave that behind me which will speak to you more kindly, calmly, than I can now, and show you that my effort has been equal to my failure. She had often begged to read it, too eaten to pick the lock, and felt the strongest curiosity to learn what was contained in the long entries that he daily made. Her requests had always been answered with the promise of entire possession of the book when the year was out. Now he gave it, though the year was not gone, and many leaves were yet unfilled. He thought she would come to this room first, would see her morning flower laid ready for her, and, sitting in what they called their refuge, would draw some comfort for herself, some palliation for his innocent offence, from the record so abruptly ended. She took it, went away to her own room, unlocked the short romance of his wedded life, and found her husband's heart laid bare before her. It was a strange and solemn thing to look so deeply into the private experience of a fellow being, to trace the birth and progress of purposes and passions, the motives of action, the secret aspirations, the besetting sins that made up the inner life he had been leading beside her. Moore wrote with an eloquent sincerity, because he had put himself into his book, as if feeling the need of some confidant he had chosen the only one that pardons egotism. Here, too, Sylvia saw her chameleon self, etched with loving care, endowed with all gifts and graces, studded with unflagging zeal, and made the idol of a life. Often a tuneful spirit seemed to assert itself, and passing from smooth prose to smoother poetry, sonnet, song, or psalm, flowed down the page in cadences stately, sweet, or solemn, filling the reader with delight at the discovery of a gift so genuine, yet so shyly folded up within itself, unconscious that its modesty was the surest token of its worth. More than once Sylvia laid her face into the book, and added her involuntary comment on some poem or passage made pathetic by the present, and more than once paused to wonder, with exceeding wonder, why she could not give such genius and affection its reward. Had she needed any confirmation of the fact so hard to teach herself, this opening of his innermost would have given it. For while she bitterly grieved over the death blow she had dealt his happy hope, it no longer seemed a possibility to change her stubborn heart, or lessen by a fraction the debt which she sadly felt could only be repaid in friendship's silver, not love's gold. All night she lay there like some pictured Magdalene, pure but as penitent as Correggios Mmy, with the book, the lamp, the melancholy eyes, the golden hair that painters love. All night she read, gathering courage, not consolation, from those pages, foreseeing what she was not showed her what she might become, and when she turned the little key upon that story without an end, Sylvia the girl was dead, but Sylvia the woman had begun to live. Lying in the rosy hush of dawn, there came to her a sudden memory: if ever you need help that Geoffrey cannot give, remember Cousin Faith. This was the hour Faith foresaw. Moore had gone to her with his trouble, why not follow, and let this woman, wise, discreet, and gentle, show her what should come next? The newly risen sun saw Sylvia away upon her journey to Faith's home among the hills. She lived alone, a cheerful, busy, solitary soul, demanding little of others, yet giving freely to whomsoever asked an alms of her. Sylvia found the grey cottage nestled in a hollow of the mountain side, a pleasant hermitage, secure and still. Mistress and maid composed the household, but none of the gloom of isolation darkened the sunshine that pervaded it. Peace seemed to sit upon its threshold, content to brood beneath its eaves, and the atmosphere of home to make it beautiful. When some momentous purpose or event absorbs us, we break through fears and formalities, act out ourselves forgetful of reserve, and use the plainest phrases to express emotions which need no ornament and little aid from language. Sylvia illustrated this fact, then, for, without hesitation or embarrassment, she entered Miss Dane's door, called no servant to announce her, but went, as if by instinct, straight to the room where Faith sat alone, and with the simplest greeting asked, "Is Geoffrey here?" "He was an hour ago, and will be an hour hence. I sent him out to rest, for he cannot sleep." "I am glad you came to him, he has not learned to do without you yet." With no bustle of surprise or sympathy, Faith put away her work, took off the hat and cloak, drew her guest beside her on the couch before the one deep window looking down the valley, and gently chafing the chilly hands in warm ones, said nothing more till Sylvia spoke. "He has told you all the wrong I have done him?" "Yes, and found a little comfort here." "Do you need consolation also?" "Can you ask?" "But I need something more, and no one can give it to me so well as you. I want to be set right, to hear things called by their names, to be taken out of myself and made to see why I am always doing wrong while trying to do well. Your father, sister, or brother are fitter for that task than I. Have you tried? No, and I will not. They love me, but they could not help me, for they would beg me to conceal if I cannot forget, to endure if I cannot conquer, and abide by my mistake at all costs. That is not the help I want. I desire to know the one just thing to be done, and to be made brave enough to do it, though friends lament, gossips clamour, and the heavens fall. I am in earnest now. Rate me sharply, drag out my weaknesses, shame my follies, show no mercy to my selfish hopes, and when I can no longer hide from myself, put me in the way I should go, and I will follow it though my feet bleed at every step." She was in earnest now, terribly so, but still Faith drew back, though her compassionate face belied her hesitating words. "Go to Adam, who wiser or more just than he? I cannot. He, as well as Geoffrey, loves me too well to decide for me. You stand between them, wise as the one, gentle as the other, and you do not care for me enough to let affection hoodwink reason. Faith, you bade me come, do not cast me off, for if you shut your heart against me I know not where to go." Despairing she spoke, disconsolate she looked, and Faith's reluctance vanished. The maternal aspect returned, her voice resumed its warmth, her eye its benignity, and Sylvia was reassured before a word was spoken. "I do not cast you off, nor shut my heart against you. I only hesitated to assume such responsibility, and slew you from the task because of compassion, not coldness. Sit here, and tell me all your trouble, Sylvia." "That is so kind. It seems quite natural to turn to you as if I had a claim upon you. Let me have, and if you can, love me a little, because I have no mother, and need one very much." "My child, you shall not need one any more. I feel that, and am comforted already, Faith, if you were me, and stood where I stand, beloved by two men, either of whom any woman might be proud to call husband, putting self away, to which should you cleave? To neither. Sylvia paled and trembled, as if the oracle she had invoked was an unanswerable voice pronouncing the inevitable. She watched Faith's countenance a moment, groping for her meaning, failed to find it, and whispered below her breath, "Can I know why?" "Because your husband is, your lover should be your friend and nothing more. You have been hardly taught the lesson many have to learn, that friendship cannot fill love's place, yet should be kept inviolate, and served as an austere mistress who can make life very beautiful to such as feel her worth and deserve her delights. Adam taught me this, for though Geoffrey took you from him, he still held fast his friend, letting no disappointment sour, no envy alienate, no resentment destroy the perfect friendship years of mutual fidelity have built up between them." "Yes," cried Sylvia, "how I have honoured Adam for that steadfastness, and how I have despised myself, because I could not be as wise and faithful in the earlier, safer sentiment I felt for Geoffrey. Be wise and faithful now, cease to be the wife, but remain the friend, freely give all you can with honesty, not one jot more. Never did man possess a more friend than I will be to him if he will let me. But, Faith, if I may be that to Geoffrey, may I not be something nearer and dearer to Adam? Would not you dare to hope it, were you me?" "No, Sylvia, never." "Why not? If you were blind, a cripple, or cursed with some incurable infirmity of body, would not you hesitate to bind yourself and your affliction to another? You know I should not only hesitate, but utterly refuse. I do know it, therefore I venture to show you why, according to my belief, you should not marry Adam. I cannot tell you as I ought, but only try to show you where to seek the explanation of my seeming harsh advice. There are diseases more subtle and dangerous than any that vex our flesh, diseases that should be as carefully cured if curable, as inexorably prevented from spreading as any malady we dread. A paralyzed will, a morbid mind, a mad temper, a tainted heart, a blind soul, are afflictions to be as much regarded as bodily infirmities. Nay, more, inasmuch as souls are of greater value than perishable flesh. Where this is religiously taught, believed, and practiced, marriage becomes in truth a sacrament blessed of God, children thank parents for the gift of life, parents see in children living satisfactions and rewards, not reproaches or retributions doubly heavy to be borne, for the knowledge that where two sinned, many must inevitably suffer. You try to tell me gently, Faith, but I see that you consider me one of the innocent unfortunates, who have no right to marry till they be healed, perhaps never. I have dimly felt this during the past year, now I know it, and thank God that I have no child to reproach me hereafter, for bequeathing it the mental ills I have not yet outlived. Dear Sylvia, you are an exceptional case in all respects, because an extreme one. The ancient theology of two contending spirits in one body, is strangely exemplified in you, for each rules by turns, and each helps or hinders as moods and circumstances lead. Even in the great event of a woman's life, you were thwarted by conflicting powers, impulse and ignorance, passion and pride, hope and despair. Now you stand at the parting of the ways, looking wistfully along the pleasant one where Adam seems to beckon, while I point down the lugged one where I have walked, and though my heart aches as I do it, counsel you as I would a daughter of my own. I thank you, I will follow you, but my life looks barren if I must relinquish my desire. Not as barren as if you possessed your desire, and found in it another misery and mistake. Could you have loved Geoffrey, it might have been safe and well with you, loving Adam, it is neither. Let me show you why. He is an exception like yourself, perhaps that explains your attraction for each other. In him the head rules, in Geoffrey the heart. The one criticizes, the other loves mankind. Geoffrey is proud and private in all that lies nearest him, clings to persons, and is faithful as a woman. Adam has only the pride of an intellect which tests all things, and abides by its own insight. He clings to principles. Persons are but animated facts or ideas. He seizes, searches, uses them, and when they have no more for him, drops them like the husk, whose kernel he has secured, passing on to find and study other samples without regret, but with unabated zeal. For life to him is perpetual progress, and he obeys the law of his nature as steadily as sun or sea. Is not this so? All TME, what more, faith? Few women, if wise, would dare to marry this man, noble and love-worthy as he is, till time has tamed and experience developed him. Even then the risk is great, for he demands and unconsciously absorbs into himself the personality of others, making large returns, but of a kind which only those as strong, sagacious, and steadfast as himself can receive and adapt to their individual uses, without being overcome and possessed. That none of us should be, except by the spirit stronger than man, purer than woman. You feel, though you do not understand this power. You know that his presence excites, yet wearies you, that, while you love, you fear him, and even when you long to be all in all to him, you doubt your ability to make his happiness. Am I not right? I must say, yes. Then, it is scarcely necessary for me to tell you that I think this unequal marriage would be but a brief one for you, bright at its beginning, dark at its end. With him you would exhaust yourself in passionate endeavours to follow where he led. He would not know this, you would not confess it, but too late you might both learn that you were too young, too ardent, too frail in all but the might of love, to be his wife. It is like a woodbird mating with an eagle, straining its little wings to scale the sky with him, blinding itself with gazing at the sun, striving to fill and warm the wild eyrie which becomes its home, and perishing in the stern solitude the other loves. Yet, too fond and faithful to regret the safer nest among the grass, the gentler mate it might have had, the summer life and winter flitting to the south for which it was designed. Faith, you frighten me, you seem to see and show me all the dim forebodings I have hidden away within myself, because I could not understand or dared not face them. How have you learned so much? How can you read me so well? And who told you these things of us all? I had an unhappy girlhood in a discordant home, early cares and losses made me old in youth, and taught me to observe how others bore their burdens. Since then solitude has led me to study and reflect upon the question toward which my thoughts inevitably turned. Concerning yourself and your past Geoffrey told me much, but Adam more. Have you seen him? Has he been here? When, Faith, when? Light and colour flashed back into Sylvia's face, and the glad eagerness of her voice was a pleasant sound to hear after the despairing accents gone before. Faith sighed, but answered hilly, carefully, while the compassion of her look deepened as she spoke. I saw him but a week ago, vehement and vigorous as ever. He has come hither often during the winter, has watched you unseen, and brought me news of you which made Geoffrey's disclosure scarcely a surprise. He said you bade him hear of you through me, that he preferred to come, not write, for letters were often false interpreters, but face to face one gets the real thought of one's friend by look, as well as word, and the result is satisfactory. That is Adam. But what more did he say? How did you advise him? I know he asked counsel of you, as we all have done. He did, and I gave it as frankly as to you and Geoffrey. He made me understand you, judge you leniently, see in you the virtues you have cherished despite drawbacks such as few have to struggle with. Your father made Adam his confessor during the happy month when you first knew him. I need not tell you how he received and preserved such a oust. He betrayed no confidence, but in speaking of you I saw that his knowledge of the father taught him to understand the daughter. It was well and beautifully done, and did we need anything to endear him to us, this trait of character would do it, for it is a rare endowment, the power of overcoming all obstacles of pride, age, and the sad reserve self-condemnation brings us, and making confession a grateful healing. I know it, We tell our sorrows to such as Geoffrey, our sins to such as Adam. But, Faith, when you spoke of me, did you say to him what you have been saying to me about my unfitness to be his wife because of inequality, and my unhappy inheritance? Could I do otherwise when he fixed that commanding eye of his upon me, asking, Is my love as wise as it is warm? He is one of those who force the hardest truths from us by the simple fact that they can bear it, and would do the same for us. He needed it then, for though instinct was right, hence his anxious question, his heart, never so entirely roused as now, made it difficult for him to judge of your relations to one another, and there my woman's insight helped him. What did he do when you told him? I see that you will yet hesitate to tell me. I think you have been preparing me to hear it. Speak out. Though my cheeks whiten and my hands tremble, I can bear it, for you shall be the law by which I will abide. You shall be a law to yourself, my brave Sylvia. Put your hands in mine and hold fast to the friend who loves and honors you for this. I will tell you what Adam did and said. He sat in deep thought many minutes, but with him to see is to do, and soon he turned to me with the courageous expression which in him signifies that the fight is fought, the victory won. It is necessary to be just, it is not necessary to be happy. I shall never marry Sylvia, even if I may, and with that paraphrase of words, whose meaning seemed to fit his need, he went away. I think he will not come again either to me, or you. How still the room grew as Faith's reluctant lips uttered the last words. Sylvia sat motionless looking out into the sunny valley, with eyes that saw nothing but the image of that beloved friend leaving her perhaps forever. Well she knew that with this man to see was to do, and with a woeful sense of desolation falling cold upon her heart, she felt that there was nothing more to hope for but a brave submission like his own. Yet in that pause there came a feeling of relief after the first despair. The power of choice was no longer left her, and the help she needed was bestowed by one who could decide against himself, inspired by a sentiment which curbed a strong man's love of power, and made it subject to a just man's love of right. Great examples never lose their virtue. What Pompey was to Warwick that Warwick became to Sylvia, and in the moment of supremest sorrow she felt the fire of a noble emulation kindling within her from the spark he left behind. Faith, what comes next? This, and she was gathered close while Faith confessed how hard her task had been by letting tears fall fast upon the head which seemed to have found its proper resting place, as if despite her courage and her wisdom the woman's heart was half broken with its pity. Better than any words was the motherly embrace, the silent shower, the blessed balm of sympathy which soothed the wounds it could not heal. Leaning against each other the two hearts talked together in the silence, feeling the beauty of the tie kind nature weaves between the hearts that should be knit. Faith often turned her lips to Sylvia's forehead, brushed back her hair with a lingering touch, and drew her nearer as if it was very pleasant to see and feel the little creature in her arms. Sylvia lay there, tearless and tranquil, thinking thoughts for which she had no words, and hieing to prepare herself for the life to come, a life that now looked very desolate. Her eye still rested on the valley where the river flowed, the elms waved their budding boughs in the bland air, and the meadows wore their earliest tinge of green. But she was not conscious of these things till the sight of a solitary figure coming slowly up the hill recalled her to the present and the duties it still held for her. Here is Geoffrey. How wearily he walks, how changed and old he looks, oh, why was I born to be a curse to all who love me? Hush, Sylvia, say anything but that, because it casts reproach upon your father. Your life is but just begun, make it a blessing, not a curse, as all of us have power to do, and remember that for every affliction there are two helpers, who can heal or end the heaviest we know, time and death. The first we may invoke and wait for, the last God alone can send when it is better not to live. I will try to be patient. Will you meet and tell Geoffrey what has passed? I have no strength left but for passive endurance. Faith went, Sylvia heard the murmur of earnest conversation, then steps came rapidly along the hall, and Moore was in the room. She rose involuntarily, but for a moment neither spoke, for never had they met as now. Each regarded the other as if a year had rolled between them since they parted, and each saw in the other the changes that one day had wrought. Neither the fire of resentment nor the frost of pride now rendered Muir's face stormy or stern. Anxious and worn it was, with newly graven lines upon the forehead and melancholy curves about the mouth, but the peace of a conquered spirit touched it with a pale serenity, and some perennial hope shone in the glance he bent upon his wife. For the first time in her life Sylvia was truly beautiful, not physically, for never had she looked more weak and wan, but spiritually, as the inward change made itself manifest in an indescribable expression of meekness and of strength. With suffering came submission, with repentance came regeneration, and the power of the woman yet to be, touched with beauty the pathos of the woman now passing through off the fire. Faith has told you what has passed between us, and you know that my loss is a double one, she said. Let me add that I deserve it, that I clearly see my mistakes, will amend such as I can, bear the consequences of such as are past help, try to profit by all, and make no new ones. I cannot be your wife, I ought not to be Adam's, but I may be myself, may live my life alone, and being friends with both wrong neither. This is my decision, in it I believe, by it I will abide, and if it be a just one God will not let me fail. I submit, Sylvia, I can still hope and wait. So humbly he said it, so heartily he meant it, she felt that his love was as indomitable as Warwick's will, and the wish that it were right and possible to accept and reward it woke with all its old intensity. It was not possible, and though her heart grew heavier within her, Sylvia answered steadily, no, Geoffrey, do not hope, do not wait, forgive me and forget me. Go abroad as you proposed, travel far and stay long away. Change your life, and learn to see in me only the friend I once was and still desire to be. I will go, will stay till you recall me, but while you live your life alone I shall still hope and wait. This invincible fidelity, so patient, so persistent, impressed the listener like a prophecy, disturbed her conviction, arrested the words upon her lips and softened them. It is not for one so unstable as myself to say, I shall never change. I do not say it, though I heartily believe it, but will leave all to time. Surely I may do this, may let separation gently, gradually convince you or alter me, and as the one return which I can make for all you have given me, let this tie between us remain unbroken for a little longer. Take this poor consolation with you, it is the best that I can offer now. Mine is the knowledge that however I may thwart your life in this world, there is a beautiful eternity in which you will forget me and be happy. She gave him comfort, but he robbed her of her own as he drew her to him, answering with a glance brighter than any smile, love is immortal, dear, and even in the beautiful eternity I shall still hope and wait. How soon it was all over. The return to separate homes, the disclosures, and the storms, the preparations for the solitary voyage, the last charges and farewells. Mark would not, and PME could not, go to see the traveller off, the former being too angry to lend his countenance to what he termed a barbarous banishment, the latter, being half blind with crying, stayed to nurse Jessie, whose soft heart was nearly broken at what seemed to her the most direful affliction under heaven. But Sylvia and her father followed Muir till his foot left the soil, and still lingered on the wharf to watch the steamer out of port. An uncongenial place in which to part, carriages rolled up and down, a clamour of voices filled the air, the little steam tug snorted with impatience, and the waves flowed seaward with the ebbing of the tide. But father and daughter saw only one object, heard only one sound, Muir's face as it looked down upon them from the deck, Muir's voice as he sent cheery messages to those left behind. Mr. Yule was endeavouring to reply as cheerily, and Sylvia was gazing with eyes that saw very dimly through their tears, when both were aware of an instantaneous change in the countenance they watched. Something beyond themselves seemed to arrest Muir's eye, a moment he stood intent and motionless, then flushed to the forehead with the dark glow Sylvia remembered well, waved his hand to them and vanished down the cabin stairs. Papa, what did he see? There was no need of any answer. Adam Warwick came striding through the crowd, saw them, paused with both hands out, and a questioning glance as if uncertain of his greeting. With one impulse the hands were taken. Sylvia could not speak, her father could, and did approvingly welcome. "Warwick, you are come to say goodbye to Geoffrey." "Rather to you, sir, he needs none, I go with him." "With him," echoed both hearers. "Ay, that I will. Did you think I would let him go away alone feeling bereaved of wife, and home, and friend? We should have known you better. But, Warwick, he will shun you. He hid himself just now as you approached. He has tried to forgive, but he cannot so soon forget. All the more need of my helping him to do both. He cannot shun me long with no hiding place to fly to but the sea, and I will so gently constrain him by the old-time love we bore each other, that he must relent and take me back into his heart again. Oh, Adam! Go with him, stay with him, and bring him safely back to me when time has helped us all. I shall do it, God willing." Unmindful of all else, Warwick bent and took her to him as he gave the promise, seemed to put his whole heart into a single kiss, and left her trembling with the stress of his farewell. She saw him cleave his way to off the throng, leap the space left by the gangway just withdrawn, and vanish in search of that lost friend. Then she turned her face to her father's shoulder, conscious of nothing but the fact that Warwick had come and gone. A cannon boomed, the crowd cheered, the last cable was flung off, and the steamer glided from her moorings with the surge of water and the waft of wind like some sea monster eager to be out upon the ocean free again. "Look up, Sylvia, she will soon pass from sight." "Are they there?" "No." "Then I do not care to see." "Look for me, father, and tell me when they come." "They will not come, dear, both have said goodbye, and we have seen the last of them for many a long day." "They will come. Adam will bring Geoffrey to show me they are friends again." "I know it, you shall see it. Lift me to that block and watch the deck with me that we may see them the instant they appear." Up she sprung, eyes clear now, nerves steady, faith strong. Leaning forward so utterly forgetful of herself, she would have fallen into the green water tumbling there below, had not her father held her fast. How slowly the minutes seemed to pass, how rapidly the steamer seemed to glide away, how heavily the sense of loss weighed on her heart as wave after wave rolled between her and her heart's desire. "Come down, Sylvia, it is giving yourself useless pain to watch and wait. Come home, my child, and let us comfort one another." She did not hear him, for as he spoke the steamer swung slowly round to launch itself into the open bay, and with a cry that drew many eyes upon the young figure with its face of pale expectancy, Sylvia saw her hope fulfilled. "I knew they would come. See, father, see. Geoffrey is smiling as he waves his handkerchief, and Adam's hand is on his shoulder. I answer them. Oh, I answer them. I can only look." The old man did answer them enthusiastically, and Sylvia stretched her arms across the widening space as if to bring them back again. Side by side the friends stood now, Moore's eye upon his wife, while from his hand the little flag of peace streamed in the wind. But Warwick's glance was turned upon his friend, and Warwick's hand already seemed to claim the charge he had accepted. Standing thus they passed from sight, never to come sailing home together as the woman on the shore was praying God to let her see them come. Chapter MX 6 months. The ensuing half-year seemed fuller of duties and events than any Sylvia had ever known. At first she found it hard to live her life alone, for inward solitude oppressed her, and external trials were not wanting. Only to the few who had a right to know, had the whole trouble been confided. They were discreet from family pride, if from no tender feeling, but the curious world outside of that small circle was full of shrewd surmises, of keen eyes for discovering domestic breaches, and shrill tongues for proclaiming them. Warwick escaped suspicion, being so little known, so seldom seen, but for the usual 9 days matrons and venerable maids wagged their caps, lifted their hands, and sighed as they sipped their dish of scandal and of tea. Poor young man. I always said how it would be, she was so peculiar. My dear creature, haven't you heard that Mrs. Moore isn't happy with her husband, and that he has gone abroad quite broken-hearted? Sylvia felt this deeply, but received it as her just punishment, and bore herself so meekly that public opinion soon turned a somersault, and the murmur changed to, "Poor young thing." What could she expect? My dear, I have it from the best authority, that Mr. Moore has made her miserable for a year, and now left her broken-hearted. After that, the gossips took up some newer tragedy, and left Mrs. Moore to mend her heart as best she could, a favour very gratefully received. As Hester Prynne seemed to see some trace of her own sin in every bosom, by the glare of the scarlet letter burning on her own, so Sylvia, living in the shadow of a household grief, found herself detecting various phases of her own experience in others. She had joined that sad sisterhood called disappointed women, a larger class than many deem it to be, though there are few of us who have not seen members of it. Unhappy wives, mistaken or forsaken lovers, meek souls, who make life a long penance for the sins of others, gifted creatures kindled into fitful brilliancy by some inward fire that consumes but cannot warm. These are the women who fly to convents, write bitter books, sing songs full of heartbreak, act splendidly the passion they have lost or never won. Who smile, and try to lead brave uncomplaining lives, but whose tragic eyes betray them, whose voices, however sweet or gay, contain an undertone of hopelessness, whose faces sometimes startle one with an expression which haunts the observer long after it is gone. Undoubtedly Sylvia would have joined the melancholy chorus, and fallen to lamenting that ever she was born, had she not possessed a purpose that took her out of herself and proved her salvation. Faith's words took root and blossomed. Intent on making her life a blessing, not a reproach to her father, she lived for him entirely. He had taken her back to him, as if the burden of her unhappy past should be upon his shoulders, the expiation of her faults come from him alone. Sylvia understood this now, and nestled to him so gladly, so confidingly. He seemed to have found again the daughter he had lost and be almost content to have her all his own. How many roofs cover families or friends who live years together, yet never tmly know each other, who love, and long and try to meet, yet fail to do so till some unexpected emotion or event performs the work. In the weeks that followed the departure of the friends, Sylvia discovered this and learned to know her father. No one was so much to her as he, no one so fully entered into her thoughts and feelings, for sympathy drew them tenderly together, and sorrow made them equals. As man and woman they talked, as father and daughter they loved, and the beautiful relation became their truest solace and support. Miss Yule both rejoiced at and rebelled against this, was generous, yet mortally jealous, made no complaint, but grieved in private, and one fine day amazed her sister by announcing that, being of no farther use at home, she had decided to be married. Both Mr. Yule and Sylvia had desired this event, but hardly dared to expect it in spite of sundry propitious signs and circumstances. A certain worthy widower had haunted the house of late, evidently on matrimonial thoughts intent. A solid gentleman, both physically and financially speaking, possessed of an ill-kept house, bad servants, and 9 neglected children. This prospect, however alarming to others, had great charms for Pme, nor was the Reverend Gamaliel Bliss repugnant to her, being a rubicund, bland personage, much given to fine linen, long dinners, and short sermons. His third spouse had been suddenly translated, and though the years of mourning had not yet expired, things went so hardly with Gamaliel, that he could no longer delay casting his pastoral eyes over the flock which had already given 3 lambs to his fold, in search of a 4th. None appeared whose meek graces were sufficiently attractive, or whose dowries were sufficiently large. Meantime the 9 olive branches grew wild, the servants revelled, the ministerial digestion suffered, the sacred shirts went buttonless, and their wearer was well nigh distraught. At this crisis he saw Prudence, and fell into a way of seating himself before the well-endowed spinster, with a large cambric pocket handkerchief upon his knee, a frequent tear meandering down his florid countenance, and volcanic sighs agitating his capacious waistcoat as he poured his woes into her ear. Prue had been deeply touched by these moist appeals, and was not much surprised when the reverend gentleman went ponderously down upon his knee before her in the good old-fashioned style which frequent use had endeared to him, murmuring with an appropriate quotation and a subterranean sob, "Miss Yule, a good wife is a crown to her husband, be such an one to me, unworthy as I am, and a mother to my bereaved babes, who suffer for a tender woman's care." She merely upset her sewing table with an appropriate start, but speedily recovered, and with a maidenly blush murmured in return, "Dear me, how very unexpected! Pray speak to Papa. Oh, rise, I beg. Call me Gamaliel, and I obey," gasped the stout lover, divided between rapture and doubts of his ability to perform the feat alone. "Gamaliel," sighed Prue, surrendering her hand. "My Prudence, blessed among women," responded the blissful Bliss. And having saluted the fair member, allowed it to help him rise, when, after a few decorous endearments, he departed to Papa, and the bride-elect rushed up to Sylvia with the incoherent announcement, "My dearest child, I have accepted him." It was such a surprise, though so touchingly done. I was positively mortified. Maria had swept the room so ill, his knees were white with lint, and I'm a VO happy woman, bless you. "Sit down, and tell me all about it," cried her sister. "Don't try to sew, but cry if you like, and let me pet you, for indeed I am rejoiced." But Prue preferred to rock violently, and boggle down a seam as the best quietus for her fluttered nerves, while she told her romance, received congratulations, and settled a few objections made by Sylvia, who tried to play the prudent matron. "I am afraid he is too old for you, my dear. Just the age, a man should always be 10 years older than his wife. A woman of 35 is in the prime of life, and if she hasn't arrived at years of discretion then, she never will. Shall I wear pearl-colored silk and a white bonnet, or just a very handsome travelling dress?" "Whichever you like." "But, Prue, isn't he rather stout? I won't say corpulent." "Sylvia, how can you? Because Papa is a shadow, you call a fine, manly person like Mr. Bliss, corpulent. I always said I would not marry an invalid. McGregor died of apoplexy last week, I heard, at a small dinner party, fell forward with his head upon the cheese, and expired without a groan, and where can you find a more robust and healthy man than Mr. Bliss? Not a grey hair, and gout his only complaint. So aristocratic. You know I've loads of fine old flannel, just the thing for him." Sylvia commanded her countenance with difficulty, and went on with her maternal inquiries. "He is a personable man, and an excellent one, I believe, yet I should rather dread the responsibility of 9 small children, if I were you. They are my chief inducement to the match. Just think of the state those dears must be in, with only a young governess, and half a dozen giddy maids to see to them. I long to be among them, and named an early day, because measles and scarlatina are coming round again, and only Fanny, and the twins, Gus and Gam, have had either. I know all their names and ages, dispositions, and characters, and love them like a mother already. He perfectly adores them, and that is VO charming in a learned man like Mr. Bliss. If that is your feeling it will all go well, I have no doubt. But, Prue, don't wish to be unkind, dear, do you quite like the idea of being the 4th Mrs. Bliss?" "Bless me, I never thought of that. Poor man, it only shows how much he must need consolation, and proves how good a husband he must have been." "No, Sylvia, I don't care a particle. I never knew those estimable ladies, and the memory of them shall not keep me from making Gamaliel happy if I can. What he goes to off now is almost beyond belief. My child, just think. The coachman drinks, The cook has tea parties whenever she likes, and supports her brother's family out of her perquisites, as she calls her barefaced thefts. The housemaids romp with the indoor man, and have endless followers. Old maids set their caps at him, and that hussy, I must use a strong expression, that hussy of a governess makes love to him before the children. It is my duty to marry him, I shall do it, and put an end to this fearful state of things. Sylvia asked but one more question now, seriously, do you love him very much? Will he make you as happy as my dear old girl should be? Prue dropped her work, and hiding her face on Sylvia's shoulder, answered with a plaintive sniff or two, and much real feeling, yes, my dear, I do. I tried to love him, and I did not fail. I shall be happy, for I shall be busy. I am not needed here any more, and so I am glad to go away into a home of my own, feeling sure that you can fill my place, and Maria knows my ways too well to let things go amiss. Now, kiss me, and smooth my collar, for Papa may call me down. The sisters embraced and cried a little, as women usually find it necessary to do at such interesting times, then fell to planning the wedding outfit, and deciding between the light silk and white bonnet or the handsome travelling suit. Miss Yule made a great sacrifice to the proprieties by relinquishing her desire for a stately wedding, and much to Sylvia's surprise and relief, insisted that, as the family was then situated, it was best to have no stir or parade, but to be married quietly at church and slip unostentatiously out of the old life into the new. Her will was law, and as the elderly bridegroom felt that there was no time to spare, and the measles continued to go about seeking whom they might devour, Prue did not keep him waiting long. 3 weeks is very little time, and nothing will be properly done, for one must have everything new when one is married of course, and mantua makers are but mortal women, exorbitant in their charges this season, I assure you, so be patient, Gamaliel, and spend the time in teaching my little ones to love me before I come. My dearest creature, I will. And well did the enamoured gentleman perform his promise. Prue kept hers so punctually that she was married with the bastings in her wedding gown and 24 pocket handkerchiefs still unhemmed, facts which disturbed her even during the ceremony. A quiet time drew off out, and after a sober feast, a tearful farewell, Mrs. Gamaliel Bliss departed, leaving a great void behind and carrying joy to the heart of her spouse, comfort to the souls of the excited 9, destruction to the high life below stairs and order, peace, and plenty to the realm over which she was to know a long and prosperous reign. Hardly had the excitement of this event subsided when another occurred to keep Sylvia from melancholy and bring an added satisfaction to her lonely days. Across the sea there came to her a little book, bearing her name upon its title page. Quaintly printed, and bound in some foreign style, plain and unassuming without, but very rich within, for there she found Warwick's essays, and between each of these one of the poems from Moore's diary. Far away there in Switzerland they had devised this pleasure for her, and done honour to the woman whom they both loved, by dedicating to her the first flutes of their lives. Alpenrosen was its title, and none could have better suited it in Sylvia's eyes, for to her Warwick was the Alps and Moore the roses. Each had helped the other. Warwick's rugged prose gathered grace from Moore's poetry, and Moore's smoothly flowing lines acquired power from Warwick's prose. Each had given her his best, and very proud was Sylvia of the little book, over which she pored day after day, living on and in it, eagerly collecting all praises, resenting all censures, and thinking it the one perfect volume in the world. Others felt and acknowledged its worth as well, for though fashionable libraries were not besieged by inquiries for it, and no short-lived enthusiasm welcomed it, a place was found for it on many study tables, where real work was done. Innocent girls sang the songs and loved the poet, while thoughtful women, looking deeper, honoured the man. Young men received the essays as brave protests against the evils of the times, and old men felt their faith in honour and honesty revive. The wise saw great promise in it, and the most critical could not deny its beauty and its power. Early in autumn arrived a fresh delight, and Jess's little daughter became peacemaker as well as idol. Mark forgave his enemies, and swore eternal friendship with all mankind the first day of his baby's life, and when his sister brought it to him he took both in his arms, making atonement for many hasty words and hard thoughts by the broken whisper, "I have 2 little Sylvias now." This wonderful being absorbed both households, from grandpapa to the deposed sovereign Tilly, whom Sylvia called her own, and kept much with her, while PM each lure eaten to cause a rise in the price of stationery by the daily and copious letters full of warning and advice which she sent, feeling herself a mother in Israel among her tribe of 9, now safely carried Tlu off the Red Sea of Scarlatina. Happy faces made perpetual sunshine round the little Sylvia, but to none was she so dear a boon as to her young godmother. Jessie became a trifle jealous of old Sylvia, as she now called herself, for she almost lived in baby's nursery, hurrying over in time to assist at its morning ablutions, hovering about its crib when it slept, daily discovering beauties invisible even to its mother's eyes, and working early and late on dainty garments, rich in the embroidery which she now thanked Prue for teaching her against her will. The touch of the baby hands seemed to heal her sore heart. The sound of the baby voice, even when most unmusical, had a soothing effect upon her nerves. The tender cares its helplessness demanded absorbed her thoughts, and kept her happy in a new world whose delights she had never known till now. From this time a restful expression replaced the patient hopelessness her face had worn before, and in the lullabies she sang the listeners caught echoes of the cheerful voice they had never thought to hear again. Gay she was not, but serene. Quiet was all she asked, and shunning society seemed happiest to sit at home with baby and its gentle mother, with Mark, now painting as if inspired, or with her father, who relinquished business and devoted himself to her. A pleasant pause seemed to have come after troublous days, a tranquil hush in which she sat waiting for what time should bring her. But as she waited the woman seemed to bloom more beautifully than the girl had done. Light and colour revisited her countenance clearer and deeper than of old, fine lines ennobled features faulty in themselves, and the indescribable refinement of a deep inward life made itself manifest in look, speech, and gesture, giving promise of a gracious womanhood. Mr. Yule augured well from this repose, and believed the dawning loveliness to be a herald of returning love. He was thinking hopeful thoughts one day as he sat writing to Moore, whose faithful correspondent he had become, when Sylvia came in with one of the few notes she sent her husband while away. Just in time. God bless me, child. What is it? Well might he exclaim, for in his daughter's face he saw an expression which caused his hope to suddenly become a glad belief. Her lips smiled, though in her eyes there lay a shadow which he could not comprehend, and her answer did not enlighten him as she put her arm about his neck and laid her slip of paper in his hand. "Enclose my note, and send the letter, then, father, we will talk." Chapter XX. Come. In a small Italian town not far from Rome, a traveller stood listening to an account of a battle lately fought nearby, in which the town had suffered much, yet been forever honoured in the eyes of its inhabitants, by having been the headquarters of the hero of Italy. An inquiry of the traveller's concerning a countryman of whom he was in search, created a sensation at the little inn, and elicited the story of the battle, one incident of which was still the all-absorbing topic with the excited villagers. This was the incident which one of the group related with the dramatic effects of a language composed almost as much of gesture as of words, and an audience as picturesque as could well be conceived. While the fight was raging on the distant plain, a troop of marauding Croats dashed into the town, whose defenders, although outnumbered, contested every inch of ground, while slowly driven back toward the convent, the despoiling of which was the object of the attack. This convent was both hospital and refuge, for there were gathered women and children, the sick, the wounded, and the old. To secure the safety of these rather than of the sacred relics, the Italians were bent on holding the town till the reinforcement for which they had sent could come up. It was a question of time, and every moment brought nearer the destruction of the helpless garrison, trembling behind the convent walls. A brutal massacre was in store for them if no help came, and remembering this the red-shirted Garibaldians fought as if they well deserved their sobriquet of scarlet demons. Help did come, not from below, but from above. Suddenly a cannon thundered royally, and down the narrow street mshed a deathful defiance, carrying disorder and dismay to the assailants, joy and wonder to the nearly exhausted defenders. Wonder, for well they knew the gun had stood silent and unmanned since the retreat of the enemy 2 days before, and this unexpected answer to their prayers seemed heaven-sent. Those below looked up as they fought, those above looked down as they feared, and midway between all saw that a single man held the gun. A stalwart figure, bareheaded, stern-faced, sinewy-armed, fitfully seen through clouds of smoke and flashes of fire, working with a silent energy that seemed almost superhuman to the eyes of the superstitious souls, who believed they saw and heard the convent's patron saint proclaiming their salvation with a mighty voice. This belief inspired the Italians, caused a panic among the Croats, and saved the town. A few rounds turned the scale, the pursued became the pursuers, and when the reinforcement arrived there was little for it to do but join in the rejoicing and salute the brave cannoneer, who proved to be no saint, but a stranger come to watch the battle, and thus opportunely lend his aid. Enthusiastic were the demonstrations, vivas, blessings, tears, hand-kissing, and invocation of all the saints in the calendar, till it was discovered that the unknown gentleman had a bullet in his breast and was in need of instant help. Whereupon the women, clustering about him like bees, bore him away to the wounded ward, where the inmates rose up in their beds to welcome him, and the clamorous crowd were with difficulty persuaded to relinquish him to the priest, the surgeon, and the rest he needed. Nor was this all. The crowning glory of the event to the villagers was the coming of the chief at nightfall, and the scene about the stranger's bed. Here the narrator glowed with pride, the women in the group began to sob, and the men took off their caps, with black eyes glittering flew off their chairs. Excellenza, he who had fought for us like a tempest, an angel of doom, lay there beside my cousin Beppo, who was past help and is now in holy paradise. Speranza was washing the smoke and powder from him, the wound was easy, death of my soul. May he who gave it die unconfessed. See you, I am there, I watch him, the friend of Excellenza, the great still man who smiled but said no word to us. Then comes the chief, Silenzio, till I finish, he comes, they have told him, he stays at the bed, he looks down, the fine eye shines, he takes the hand, he says low I thank you, he lays his cloak, the grey cloak we know and love so well, over the wounded breast, and so goes on. We see Ly out, but what does the friend? Behold! He lifts himself, he lays the cloak upon my Beppo, he says in that so broken way of his, comrade, the honour is for you who gave your life for him, I give but a single hour. Beppo saw, heard, comprehended, thanked him with a glance, and rose up to die crying, Viva Italia! Viva Garibaldi! The cry was caught up by all the listeners in a whirlwind of enthusiastic loyalty, and the stranger joined in it, thrilled with an equal love and honour for the patriot soldier, whose name upon Italian lips means liberty. Where is he now, this friend of mine, so nearly lost, so happily found? A dozen hands pointed to the convent, a dozen brown faces lighted up, and a dozen eager voices poured out directions, messages, and benedictions in a breath. Ordering his carriage to follow presently, the traveller rapidly climbed the steep road, guided by signs he could not well mistake. The convent gate stood open, and he paused for no permission to enter, for looking through it, down the green vista of an orchard path, he saw his friend and sprang to meet him. Adam! Geoffrey! Meant that you are, to desert me for 10 days, and only let me find you when you have no need of me. I always need you, but am not always needed. I went away because the old restlessness came upon me in that dead city Rome. You were happy there, but I scented war, followed and found it by instinct, and have had enough of it. Look at my hands. He laughed as he showed them, still mised and blackened with the hard usage they had received, nothing else but a paler shade of colour from loss of blood, showed that he had passed through any suffering or danger. Brave hands, I honor them for all their grime. Tell me about it, Adam, show me the wound, describe the scene, I want to hear it in calm English. But Warwick was slow to do so, being the hero of the tale, and very brief was the reply Moore got. I came to watch, but found work ready for me. It is not clear to me even now what I did, nor how I did it. One of my berserker rages possessed me, I fancy, my nerves and muscles seemed made of steel and gutta percha, the smell of powder intoxicated, and the sense of power was grand. The fire, the smoke, the din were all delicious, and I felt like a giant, as I wielded that great weapon, dealing many deaths with a single pair of hands. The savage in you got the mastery just then, I've seen it, and have often wondered how you managed to control it so well. Now it has had a holiday and made a hero of you. The savage is better out than in, and any man may be a hero if he will. What have you been doing since I left you poring over pictures in a mouldy palace? You think to slip away from the subject, do you? And after facing death at a cannon's breech expect me to be satisfied with an ordinary greeting? I won't have it, I insist upon asking as many questions as I like, hearing about the wound and seeing if it is doing well. Where is it? Warwick showed it, a little purple spot above his heart. Moore's face grew anxious as he looked, but cleared again as he examined it, for the ball had gone upward and the wholesome flesh was already healing fast. Too near, Adam, but thank God it was no nearer. A little lower and I might have looked for you in vain. This heart of mine is a tough organ, bulletproof, I dare say, though I wear no breastplate. But this. Involuntarily Moore's eye asked the question his lips did not utter as he touched a worn and faded case hanging on the broad breast before him. Silently Warwick opened it, showing not Sylvia's face but that of an old woman, rudely drawn in sepia, the brown tints bringing out the marked features as no softer hue could have done, and giving to each line a depth of expression that made the serious countenance singularly lifelike and attractive. Now Moore saw where Warwick got both keen eyes and tender mouth, as well as all the gentler traits that softened his strong character, and felt that no other woman ever had or ever would hold so dear a place as the old mother whose likeness he had drawn and hung where other men wear images of mistress or of wife. With a glance as full of penitence as the other had been of disquiet, Moore laid back the little case, drew bandage and blouse over both wound and picture, and linked his arm in Warwick's as he asked, "Who shot you?" "How can I tell? I knew nothing of it till that flock of women fell to kissing these dirty hands of mine, then I was conscious of a stinging pain in my shoulder, and a warm stream trickling down my side. I looked to see what was amiss, whereat the good souls set up a shriek, took possession of me, and for half an hour wept and wailed over me in a frenzy of emotion and goodwill that kept me merry in spite of the surgeon's probes and the priest's prayers. The appellations showered upon me would have startled even your ears, accustomed to soft words. Were you ever called core of my heart, son of my soul, or cup of gold? Cannonading suits your spirits excellently, I remember your telling me that you had tried and liked it. But there is to be no more of it, I have other plans for you. Before I mention them, tell me of the interview with Garibaldi. That now is a thing to ask one about, a thing to talk of and take pride in all one's days. I was half asleep and thought myself dreaming till he spoke. A right noble face, Geoffrey, full of thought and power, the look of one born to command others because master of himself. A square strong frame, no decorations, no parade, dressed like his men, yet as much the chief as if he wore a dozen orders on his scarlet shirt. Where is the cloak? I want to see and touch it, surely you kept it as a relic. Not I. Having seen the man, what do I care for the garment that covered him? I keep the handshake, the grazier for my share. Poor Beppo lies buried in the hero's cloak. I grudge it to him, every inch of it, for not having seen the man I do desire the garment. Who but you would have done it? Warwick smiled, knowing that his friend was well pleased with him for all his murmuring. They walked in silence till Moore abruptly asked, "When can you travel, Adam?" "I was coming back to you tomorrow." "Are you sure it is safe?" "Quite sure. 10 days is enough to waste upon a scratch like this." "Come now, I cannot wait till tomorrow." "Very good. Can you stop till I get my hat?" "You don't ask me why I am in such haste." Moore's tone caused Warwick to pause and look at him. Joy, impatience, anxiety, contended with each other in his countenance, and as if unable to tell the cause himself, he put a little paper into the other's hand. Only 3 words were contained in it, but they caused Warwick's face to kindle with all the joy betrayed in that of his friend, none of the impatience nor anxiety. "What can I say to show you my content? The months have seemed very long to you, but now comes the reward." The blessed little letter. So like herself, the slender slip, the delicate handwriting, the true happy words, "Geoffrey, come home." Moore did not speak, but still looked up anxiously, inquiringly, and Warwick answered with a glance he could not doubt. "Have no fears for me. I share the joy as heartily as I shared the sorrow, neither can separate us any more. Thank heaven for that. But, Adam, may I accept this good gift and be sure I am not robbing you again? You never speak of the past. How is it with you now?" "Quite well and happy. The pain is gone, the peace remains. I would not have it otherwise. 6 months have cured the selfishness of love, and left the satisfaction which nothing can change or take away." "But Sylvia, what of her, Adam?" "Henceforth, Sylvia and Ottila are only fair illustrations of the 2 extremes of love. I am glad to have known both, each has helped me, and each will be remembered while I live. But having gained the experience I can relinquish the unconscious bestowers of it, if it is not best to keep them. Believe that I do this without regret, and freely enjoy the happiness that comes to you. I will, but not as I once should, for though I feel that you need neither sympathy nor pity, still, I seem to take so much and leave you nothing. You leave me myself, better and humbler than before. In the fierce half-hour I lived not long ago, I think a great and needful change was wrought in me. All lives are full of such, coming when least looked for, working out the end through unexpected means. The restless, domineering devil that haunted me was cast out then, and during the quiet time that followed a new spirit entered in and took possession. What is it, Adam? I cannot tell, yet I welcome it. This peaceful mood may not last perhaps, but it brings me that rare moment, pity that it is so rare, and but a moment when we seem to see temptation at our feet, when we are conscious of a willingness to leave all in God's hand, ready for whatever He may send, feeling that whether it be suffering or joy we shall see the giver in the gift, and when He calls can answer cheerfully, "Lord, here am I." It was a rare moment, and in it Moore for the first time clearly saw the desire and design of his friend's life, saw it because it was accomplished, and for the instant Adam Warwick was what he aspired to be. A goodly man, whose stalwart body seemed a fit home for a strong soul, wise with the wisdom of a deep experience, genial with the virtues of an upright life, devout with that humble yet valiant piety which comes through hard-won victories over the world, the flesh, and the devil. Despite the hope that warmed his heart, Moore felt poor beside him, as a new reverence warmed the old affection. His face showed it though he did not speak, and Wanvick laid an arm about his shoulders as he had often done of late when they were alone, drawing him gently on again, as he said, with a touch of playfulness to set both at ease, "Tell me your plans, my cup of gold, and let me lend a hand toward filling you brimful of happiness. You are going home? At once, you also. Is it best? Yes, you came for me, I stay for you, and Sylvia waits for both. She says nothing of me in this short, sweet note of hers," and Warwick smoothed it carefully in his large hand, eyeing it as if he wished there were some little word for him. "TME, but in the few letters she has written there always comes a message to you, Though you never write a line, nor would you go to her now had she sent for you alone, she knew that, and sends for me, sure that you will follow. Being a woman she cannot quite forgive me for loving her too well to make her miserable. Dear soul, she will never know how much it cost me, but I knew that my only safety lay in flight. Tell her so a long while hence. You shall do it yourself, for you are coming home with me. What to do there? All you ever did, walk up and down the face of the earth, waxing in power and virtue, and coming often to us when we get fairly back into our former ways, for you are still the house friend. I was wondering, as I walked here, what my next summons would be, when you came. Go on, I'll follow you, one could hardly have a better guide. You are sure you are able, Adam? Shall I uproot a tree or fling you over the wall to convince you, you motherly body? I am nearly whole again, and a breath of sea air will complete the cure. Let me cover my head, say farewell to the good sisters, and I shall be glad to slip away without further demonstrations from the volcanoes below there. Laying one hand on the low wall, Warwick vaulted over with a backward glance at Moore, who followed to the gateway, there to wait till the adagio were over. Very brief they were, and presently Warwick reappeared, evidently touched yet ill-pleased at something, for he both smiled and frowned as he paused on the threshold as if tenth to go. A little white goat came skipping from the orchard, and seeing the stranger took refuge at Warwick's knee. The act of the creature seemed to suggest a thought to the man. Pulling off the gay handkerchief some grateful woman had knotted round his neck, he fastened it about the goat's, having secured something in one end, then rose as if content. "What are you doing?" called Moore, wondering at this arrangement. "Widening the narrow entrance into heaven set apart for rich men unless they leave their substance behind, as I am hieing to do. The kind creatures cannot refuse it now, so trot away to your mistress, little Nana, and tell no tales as you go." As the goat went tapping up the steps a stir within announced the dreaded demonstration. Warwick did not seem to hear it. He stood looking far across the trampled plain and ruined town toward the mountains shining white against the deep Italian sky. A rapt, far-reaching look, as if he saw beyond the purple wall, and seeing forgot the present in some vision of the future. "Come, Adam. I am waiting." His eye came back, the lost look passed, and cheerily he answered, "I am ready." A fortnight later in that dark hour before the dawn, with a murky sky above them, a hungry sea below them, the two stood together the last to leave a sinking ship. "Room for one more, choose quick," shouted a hoarse voice from the boat tossing underneath, freighted to the water's edge with trembling lives. "Go, Geoffrey, Sylvia is waiting." "Not without you, Adam. But you are exhausted, I can bear a rough hour better than yourself, and morning will bring help." "It may not." "Go, I am the lesser loss." "What folly!" "I will force you to it, steady there, he is coming." "Push off, I am not coming." In times like that, few pause for pity or persuasion, the instinct of self-preservation lays supreme, and each is for himself, except those in whom love of another is stronger than love of life. Even while the friends generously contended the boat was swept away, and they were left alone in the deserted ship, swiftly making its last voyage downward. Spent with a day of intense excitement, and sick with hope deferred, Moore leaned on Warwick, feeling that it was adding bitterness to death to die in sight offshore. But Warwick never knew despair. Passive submission was not in his power while anything remained to do or dare, and even then he did not cease to hope. It was certain death to linger there. Other boats less heavily laden had put off before, and might drift across their track. Wreckers waiting on the shore might hear and help. At least it were better to die bravely and not strike sail to a fear. About his waist still hung a fragment of the rope which had lowered more than one baby to its mother's arms. Before them the shattered taffrail rose and fell as the waves beat over it. Wrenching a spar away he lashed Moore to it, explaining his purpose as he worked. There was only rope enough for one, and in the darkness Moore believed that Wanvic had taken equal precautions for himself. "Now Geoffrey, your hand," and when the next wave ebbs let us follow it. If we are parted and you see her first, tell her I remembered, and give her this. In the black night with only heaven to see them, the men kissed tenderly as women, then hand in hand sprang out into the sea. Drenched and blinded they snuggled up after the first plunge, and struck out for the shore, guided by the thunder of the surf they had listened to for 12 long hours, as it broke against the beach, and brought no help on its receding billows. Soon Warwick was the only one who snuggled, for Moore's strength was gone, and he clung half-conscious to the spar, tossing from wave to wave, a piteous plaything for the sea. I see a light. They must take you in, hold fast, I'll save you for the little wife at home. Moore heard but 2 words, wife and home, strained his dim eyes to see the light, spent his last grain of strength to reach it, and in the act lost consciousness, whispering she will thank you as his head fell against Warwick's breast and lay there, heavy and still. Lifting himself above the spar, Adam lent the full power of his voice to the shout he sent ringing through off the storm. He did not call in vain, a friendly wind took the call to human ears, a relenting wave swept them within the reach of human aid, and the boat's crew, pausing involuntarily, saw a hand clutch the suspended oar, a face flash up from the black water, and heard a breathless voice issue the command, take in this man. He saved you for your wives, save him for his. One resolute will can sway a panic-stricken multitude, it did so then. The boat was rocking in the long swell of the sea, a moment and the coming wave would sweep them far apart. A woman sobbed, and as if moved by one impulse 4 sturdy arms clutched and drew Moore in. While loosening his friend Warwick had forgotten himself, and the spar was gone. He knew it, but the rest believed that they left the strong man a chance of life equal to their own in that overladen boat. Yet in the memories of all who caught that last glimpse of him there long remained the recollection of a dauntless face floating out into the night, a steady voice calling through the gale, a good voyage, comrades, as he turned away to enter port before them. Wide was the sea and pitiless the storm, but neither could dismay the unconquerable spirit of the man who fought against the elements as bravely as if they were adversaries of mortal mould, and might be vanquished in the end. But it was not to be. Soon he felt it, accepted it, turned his face upward toward the sky, where one star shone, and when death whispered come, answered as cheerily as to that other friend, I am ready. Then with a parting thought for the man he had saved, the woman he had loved, the promise he had kept, a great and tender heart went down into the sea. Sometimes the sculptor, whose workshop is the world, fuses many metals and casts a noble statue, leaves it for humanity to criticize, and when time has mellowed both beauties and blemishes, removes it to that inner studio, there to be carved in enduring marble. Adam Warwick was such an one, with much alloy and many flaws, but beneath all defects the master's eye saw the grand lines that were to serve as models for the perfect man, and when the design had passed through off all necessary processes, the mold of clay, the furnace fire, the test of time, he washed the dust away, and pronounced it ready for the marble. Chapter XXI. Out of the shadow. They had been together for an hour, the husband and the wife. The first excitement was now over, and Sylvia stood behind him tearless and tranquil, while Moore, looking like a man out of whom the sea had drenched both strength and spirit, leaned his weary head against her, tearling to accept the great loss, enjoy the great gain which had befallen him. Hitherto all their talk had been of Warwick, and as Moore concluded the history of the months so tragically ended, for the first time he ventured to express wonder at the calmness with which his hearer received the sad story. How quietly you listen to words which it wrings my heart to utter. Have you wept your tears dry, or do you still cling to hope? No, I feel that we shall never see him any more, but I have no desire to weep, for tears and lamentations do not belong to him. He died a beautiful, a noble death. The sea is a fitting grave for him, and it is pleasant to think of him asleep there, quiet at last. I cannot feel so, I find it hard to think of him as dead, he was so full of life, so fit to live. And therefore fit to die. Imagine him as I do, enjoying the larger life he longed for, and growing to be the strong, sweet soul whose foreshadowing we saw and loved so here. Sylvia, I have told you of the beautiful change which befell him in those last days, and now I see the same in you. Are you, too, about to leave me when I have just recovered you? I shall stay with you all my life. Then Adam was less to you than you believed, and I am more. Nothing is changed. Adam is all he ever was to me, you are all you ever can be, but I then why send for me? Why say you will stay with me all your life? Sylvia, for God's sake, let there be no more delusion or deceit. Never again. I will tell you, I meant to do it at once, but it is so hard. She turned her face away, and for a moment neither stirred. Then drawing his head to its former resting place she touched it very tenderly, seeing how many white threads shone among the brown, and as her hand went to and fro with an inexpressibly soothing gesture, she said, in a tone whose quietude controlled his agitation like a spell long ago, in my great trouble, Faith told me that for every human effort or affliction there were two friendly helpers, time and death. The first has taught me more gently than I deserved, has made me humble, and given me hope that through my errors I may draw virtue from repentance. But while I have been learning the lessons time can teach, that other helper has told me to be ready for its coming. Geoffrey, I sent for you because I knew you would love to see me again before we must say the long goodbye. Oh, Sylvia! Not that, anything but that. I cannot bear it now. Dear heart, be patient, lean on me, and let me help you bear it, for it is inevitable. It shall not be. There must be some help, some hope. God would not be so pitiless as to take both. I shall not leave you yet. He does not take me, it is I, who, by wasting life, have lost the right to live. But is it so? I cannot make it true. You look so beautiful, so blooming, and the future seems so sure. Sylvia, show it to me, if it must be. She only turned her face to him, only held up her transparent hand, and let him read the heavy TMTH. He did so, for now he saw that the beauty and the bloom were transitory as the glow of leaves that frost makes fairest as they fall, and felt the full significance of the great change which had come. He clung to her with a desperate yet despairing hold, and she could only let the first passion of his grief have way, soothing and sustaining, while her heart bled and the draught was very bitter to her lips. Hush, love, be quiet for a little, and when you can bear it better, I will tell you how it is with me. Tell me now, let me hear everything at once. When did you know? How are you sure? Why keep it from me all this time? I have only known it for a little while, but I am very sure, and I kept it from you that you might come happily home, for knowledge of it would have lengthened every mile, and made the journey one long anxiety. I could not know that Adam would go first, and so make my task doubly hard. Come to me, Sylvia, let me keep you while I may. I will not be violent, I will listen patiently, and slew off everything remember you. He did remember her, so thoughtfully, so tenderly, that her little story flowed on uninterrupted by sigh or sob, and while he held his grief in check, the balm of submission comforted his sore heart. Sitting by him, sustaining and sustained, she told the history of the last 6 months, till just before the sending of the letter. She paused there a moment, then hurried on, gradually losing the consciousness of present emotion in the vivid memory of the past. You have no faith in dreams, I have, and to a dream I owe my sudden awakening to the TMTH. Thank and respect it, for without its warning I might have remained in ignorance of my state until it was too late to find and bring you home. God bless the dream and keep the dreamer. This was a strange and solemn vision, one to remember and to love for its beautiful interpretation of the prophecy that used to awe and sadden me, but never can again. I dreamed that the last day of the world had come. I stood on a shadowy housetop in a shadowy city, and all around me far as I could reach thronged myriads of people, till the earth seemed white with human faces. All were mute and motionless, as if fixed in a trance of expectation, for none knew how the end would come. Utter silence filled the world, and across the sky a vast curtain of the blackest cloud was falling, blotting out face after face and leaving the world a blank. In that universal gloom and stillness, far above me in the heavens I saw the pale outlines of a word stretching from horizon to horizon. Letter after letter came out hill and clear, till all across the sky, burning with a niddy glory stronger than the sun, shone the great word Amen. As the last letter reached its bright perfection, a long waft of wind broke over me like a universal sigh of hope from human hearts. For far away on the horizon's edge all saw a line of light that widened as they looked, and threw off that rift, between the dark earth and the darker sky, rolled in a softly flowing sea. Wave after wave came on, so wide, so cool, so still. None trembled at their approach, none shmnk from their embrace, but all turned toward that ocean with a mighty rush, all faces glowed in its splendor, and million after million vanished with longing eyes fixed on the arch of light through which the ebbing sea would float them when its work was done. I felt no fear, only the deepest awe, for I seemed such an infinitesimal atom of the countless host that I forgot myself. Nearer and nearer came the flood, till its breath blew on my cheeks, and I, too, leaned to meet it, longing to be taken. A great wave rolled up before me, and threw off its soft glimmer I saw a beautiful, benignant face regarding me. Then I knew that each and all had seen the same, and losing fear in love were glad to go. The joyful yearning woke me as the wave seemed to break at my feet, and ebbing leave me still alive. And that is all? Only a dream, a foreboding fancy, Sylvia. When I woke my hair was damp on my forehead, my breath quite still, my heart so cold I felt as if death had indeed been near me and left its chill behind. So strong was the impression of the dream, so perfect was the similitude between the sensations I had experienced then, and more than once awake, that I felt that something was seriously wrong with me. You had been ill then? Not consciously, not suffering any pain, but consumed with an inward fever that would not burn itself away. I used to have a touch of it in the evenings, you remember, but now it burned all day, making me look strong and rosy, yet leaving me so worn out at night that no sleep seemed to restore me. A few weak and weary hours, then the fire was rekindled and the false strength, color, spirits, returned to deceive myself, and those about me, for another day. Did you tell no one of this, Sylvia? Not at first, because I fancied it a mental ill. I had thought so much, so deeply, it seemed but natural that I should be tired. I tried to rest myself by laying all my cares and sorrows in God's hand, and waiting patiently to be shown the end. I see it now, but for a time I could only sit and wait, and while I did so my soul grew strong but my ill-used body failed. The dream came, and in the stillness of that night I felt a strange assurance that I should see my mother soon. Dear, what did you do? I determined to discover if I had deceived myself with a superstitious fancy, or learned a fateful fact in my own mysterious way. If it were false, no one would be made anxious by it; if true, possessing the first knowledge of it would enable me to comfort others. I went privately to town and consulted the famous physician who has grown grey in the study of disease. Did you go alone, Sylvia? Yes, alone. I am braver than I used to be, and have learned never to feel quite alone. I found a grave, stern-looking man. I told him that I wished to know the entire truth whatever it might be, and that he need not fear to tell me because I was prepared for it. He asked many questions, thought a little, and was very slow to speak. Then I saw how it would be, but urged him to set my mind at rest. His stern old face grew very pitiful as he took my hand and answered gently, "My child, go home and prepare to die." Good God, how cruel! Sylvia, how did you bear it? At first the earth seemed to slip away from under me, and time to stand still. Then I was myself again, and could listen steadily to all he said. It was only this: I had been born with a strong nature in a feeble frame, had lived too fast, wasted health ignorantly, and was past help. Could he do nothing for you? Nothing but tell me how to husband my remaining strength, and make the end easy by the care that would have kept me longer had I known this sooner. And no one saw your danger, no one warned you of it, and I was away. Father could not see it, for I looked well and tried to think I felt so. Mark and Jessie were absorbed in baby Sylvia, and Prue was gone. You might have seen and helped me, for you have the intuitions of a woman in many things, but I could not send for you then because I could not give you what you asked. Was it wrong to call you when I did, and try to make the hard fact easier to bear by telling it myself? Heaven bless you for it, Sylvia. It was wholly generous and kind. I never could have forgiven you had you denied me the happiness of seeing you again, and you have robbed the truth of half its bitter pain by telling it yourself. A restful expression came into her face, and a sigh of satisfaction proved how great was the relief of feeling that for once her heart had prompted her aright. Moore let her rest a little, then asked with a look more pathetic than his words, "What am I to you now? Where is my home to be? My friend forever, no more, no less, and your home is here with us until I leave my father to your care. All this pain and separation were in vain if we have not learned that love can neither be forced nor feigned. While I endeavored to do so, God did not help me, and I went deeper and deeper into sorrow and wrongdoing. When I dropped all self-delusion and desperate striving, and stood still, asking to be shown the right, then he put out his hand and slew off much tribulation led me to convictions that I dare not disobey. Our friendship may be a happy one if we accept and use it as we should. Let it be so, and for the little while that I remain, let us live honestly before heaven and take no thought for the world's opinion." Adam might have owned the glance she bent upon her husband, so clear, so steadfast was it, but the earnestness was all her own, and blended with it a new strength that seemed a late compensation for lost love and waning life. Remembering the price both had paid for it, Moore gratefully accepted the costly friendship offered him, and soon acknowledged both its beauty and its worth. "One question more, Sylvia, how long?" It was very hard to answer, but folding the sharp fact in the gentlest fancy that appeared to her, she gave him the whole TMTH. "I shall not see the spring again, but it will be a pleasant time to lay me underneath the flowers." Sylvia had not known how to live, but now she proved that she did know how to die. So beautifully were the two made one, the winning girl, the deep-hearted woman, that she seemed the same beloved Sylvia, yet Sylvia strengthened, purified, and perfected by the hard past, the solemn present. Those about her felt and owned the unconscious power, which we call the influence of character, and which is the noblest that gives sovereignty to man or woman. So cheerfully did she speak of it, so tranquilly did she prepare to meet it, that death soon ceased to be an image of grief or fear to those about her, and became a benignant friend, who, when the mortal wearies, blesses it with a brief sleep, that it may wake immortal. She would have no sad sick chamber, no mournful faces, no cessation of the wholesome household cares and joys, that do so much to make hearts strong and spirits happy. While strength remained, she went her round of daily duties, doing each so lovingly, that the most trivial became a delight, and taking unsuspected thought for the comfort or the pleasure of those soon to be left behind, so tenderly, that she could not seem lost to them, even when she was gone. Faith came to her, and as her hands became too weak for anything but patient folding, evilly care slipped so quietly into Faith's, that few perceived how fast she was laying down the things of this world, and making ready to take up those of the world to come. Her father was her faithful shadow, bent and white-haired now, but growing young at heart in spite of sorrow, for his daughter had in truth become the blessing of his life. Mark and Jessie brought their offering of love in little Sylvia's shape, and the innocent consoler did her sweet work by making sunshine in a shady place. But Moore was all in all to Sylvia, and their friendship proved an abiding strength, for sorrow made it very tender, sincerity ennobled it, and the coming change sanctified it to them both. April came, and on her birthday, with a grateful heart, Moore gathered the first snowdrops of the year. All day they stood beside her couch, as fragile and as pale as she, and many eyes had filled as loving fancies likened her to the slender, transparent vase, the very spirit of a shape, and the white flowers that had blossomed beautifully too off the snow. When the evening lamp was lighted, she took the little posy in her hand, and lay with her eyes upon it, listening to the book Moore read, for this hour always soothed the unrest of the day. Very quiet was the pleasant room, with no sounds in it but the soft flicker of the fire, the rustle of Faith's needle, and the subdued music of the voice that patiently went reading on, long after Sylvia's eyes had closed, lest she should miss its murmur. For an hour she seemed to sleep, so motionless, so colourless, that her father, always sitting at her side, bent down at last to listen at her lips. The lips smiled, the eyes unclosed, and she looked up at him, with an expression as tender as tranquil. "A long sleep and pleasant dreams that wake you smiling?" he asked. "Beautiful and happy thoughts, father, let me tell you some of them. As I lay here, I fell to thinking of my life, and at first it seemed the sorrowfulest failure I had ever known. Whom had I made happy? What had I done worth the doing? Where was the humble satisfaction that should come hand in hand with death? At first I could find no answers to my questions, and though my 21 years do not seem long to live, I felt as if it would have been better for us all if I had died, a newborn baby in my mother's arms. My child, say anything but that, because it is I who have made your life a failure. Wait a little farther, and you will see that it is a beautiful success. I have given happiness, have done something worth the doing, now I see a compensation for all seeming loss, and heartily thank God that I did not die till I had learned the true purpose of all lives. He knows that I say these things humbly, that I claim no virtue for myself, and have been a blind instrument in his hand, to illustrate TMTHS that will endure when I am forgotten. I have helped Mark and Jessie, for, remembering me, they will feel how blessed they are in truly loving one another. They will keep little Sylvia from making mistakes like mine, and the household joys and sorrows we have known together, will teach Mark to make his talent a delight to many, by letting art interpret nature. Her brother standing behind her stooped and kissed her, saying "True off his tears _ I shall remember, dear. I have helped Geoffrey, I believe. He lived too much in the affections, till true off me he learned that none may live for love alone. Genius will be born of grief, and he will put his sorrow into song to touch and teach other hearts more gently than his own has been, so growing a nobler and a richer man for the great cross of his life." Calm, with the calmness of a grief too deep for tears, and strong in a devout belief, Moore gave his testimony as she paused. "I shall endeavour, and now I am as grateful for the pain as for the joy, because together they will show me how to live, and when I have learned that I shall be ready to come to you. I think I have served Adam. He needed gentleness as Geoffrey needed strength, and I, unworthy as I am, woke that deep heart of his and made it a fitter mate for his great soul. To us it seems as if he had left his work unfinished, but God knew best, and when he was needed for a better work he went to find it. Yet I am sure that he was worthier of eternal life for having known the discipline of love." There was no voice to answer now, but Sylvia felt that she would receive it very soon and was content. "Have you no lesson for your father? The old man needs it most." She laid her thin hand tenderly on his, that if her words should bring reproach, she might seem to share it with him. "Yes, father, this. That if the chief desire of the heart is for the right, it is possible for any human being, through all trials, temptations, and mistakes, to bring good out of evil, hope from despair, success from defeat, and come at last to know an hour as beautiful and blessed as this." Who could doubt that she had learned the lesson, when from the minutes of the perishable body the imperishable soul rose steadfast and serene, proving that after the long bewilderment of life and love it had attained the eternal peace. The room grew very still, and while those about her pondered her words with natural tears, Sylvia lay looking up at a lovely picture that seemed leaning down to offer her again the happiest memory of her youth. It was a painting of the moonlight voyage down the river. Mark had given it that day, and now when the longer, sad voyage was nearly over, she regarded it with a tender pleasure. The moon shone full on Warwick, looking out straight and strong before him with the vigilant expression native to his face, a fit helmsman to guide the boat along that rapid stream. Mark seemed pausing to watch the oars silvered by the light, and their reflections wavy with the current. Moore, seen in shadow, leaned upon his hand, as if watching Sylvia, a quiet figure, full of grace and colour, couched under the green arch. On either hand the summer woods made vernal gloom, behind the cliffs rose sharply up against the blue, and all before wound a shining road, along which the boat seemed floating like a bird on slender wings between two skies. So long she lay forgetful of herself and all about her, that Moore saw she needed rest, for the breath fluttered on her lips, the flowers had fallen one by one, and her face wore the weary yet happy look of some patient child waiting for its lullaby. "Dear, you have talked enough, let me take you up now, lest the pleasant day be spoiled by a sleepless night. I am ready, yet I love to stay among you all, for in my sleep I seem to drift so far away I never quite come back. Good night, I shall see you in the morning." With a smile, a kiss for all, they saw her fold her arms about her husband's neck, and lay down her head as if she never cared to lift it up again. The little journey was both a pleasure and pain to them, for each night the way seemed longer to Sylvia, and though the burden lightened the bearer grew more heavy-hearted. It was a silent passage now, for neither spoke, except when one asked tenderly, "Are you easy, love?" and the other answered, with a breath that chilled his cheek, "Quite happy, quite content." So, cradled on the heart that loved her best, Sylvia was gently carried to the end of her short pilgrimage, and when her husband laid her down the morning had already dawned. Faith Gartner's Girlhood, by the author of The Gay Worthies Boys at Chequasit I Volume 12 Mo. Elegant fancy cloth. Price SL 75. This charming story fills a void long felt for something for a young girl, growing into womanhood, to read. It depicts that bewitching period in life, lying between 14 and 20, with its noble aspirations, and fresh enthusiasms. It is written by a very accomplished lady, and is the best book ever written for girls. A lady of rare culture says, Faith Gartner's Girlhood is a noble, good work, that could only have been accomplished by an elevated mind united to a chaste, tender heart. From the first page to the last, the impression is received of a life which has been lived, the characters are genuine, well drawn, skillfully presented, they are received at once with kind, friendly greeting, and followed with interest, till the last page compels a reluctant farewell. The book is written for girls, growing as they grow to womanhood. The story has an interest, far beyond that found in modern romances of the day, conveyed in pure, refined language, suggestive, pleasing thoughts are unfolded on every page, the reflective and descriptive passages are natural, simple, and exquisitely finished in these days, when the tendency of society is to educate girls for an less, aimless, factitious life. A book like this is to be welcomed and gratefully received. Wherever it is read, it will be retained as a thoughtful, suggestive if silent, friend. Mainstone's Housekeeper. By Miss Eliza Meachard, Silverpen. I Volume 12 Mo. Elegant fancy cloth. Price $1.50. Douglas Jerrold gave this distinguished English authoress this nom de plume, and her style has the point, brightness, and delicacy which it suggests. This is not a cookbook as the title might mislead some to suppose, but a fresh, vigorous, powerful story of English country life, full of exquisite pictures of rural scenery, with a plot which is managed with great skill, and a surprise kept constantly ahead so that from the opening to the close the interest never flags. There is life in every page and a fresh, delicate, Hearty sentiment pervades the book that exhilarates and charms indescribably. The heroine, Charlotte the housekeeper, is one of the finest characters ever drawn, and merits unqualified commendation. As a whole, for beauty of style and diction, passionate earnestness, effective contrasts, distinctness of plot, unity, and completeness, this novel is without a rival. It is a midnight darling that Charles Lamb would have exulted in, and perhaps the best as yet produced from a woman's pen. Simplicity and Fascination. By Anne Beale. I volume, 12 mo. Elegant fancy cloth. Price $1.50. It is not often that such a sound and yet readable English novel is republished in America. The due mean between flashiness and dullness is hard to be attained, but we have it here. There is neither a prosy page nor a sensational chapter in it. It is a nice book for a clean hearth and an easy chair. It is a natural, healthy book, written by a living person, about people of flesh and blood, who might have been our neighbours, and of events, which might happen to anybody. This is a great charm in a novel. This leaves a clean taste in the mouth, and a delicious memory of the feast. The tone of it is high and TME, without being obtrusively good. Such a book is as great a relief amid the sensational stories of the day, as a quiet little bit of still life is to the eye, after being blinded by the glaring colours of the French school. This novel reproduces that exquisite tone or flavour so hard to express which permeates true English country life, and gives to it a peculiar charm unlike any other, which one having once seen and felt, lives as it were under a spell, and would never willingly allow to fade from their memory. Too much cannot be said in praise of Simplicity and Fascination. Peak, A Tale of the English Aristocracy. 1 volume, 12 mo. Elegant fancy cloth. Price S1.50. 3,876 new books were published in England this last year, which is about the average number of past years. 13 years ago Peak was first published in London, and up to the present time, notwithstanding the enormous number of new books issued, the effect of which is to crowd the old ones out of sight, this remarkable novel has continued to have a large sale. This is the strongest praise that can be bestowed on any book. It is not in the least sensational but relies solely on its rare beauty of style and fullness to nature for its popularity. It has the merit of being amusing, pleasantly written, and engrossing. The characters, being high-bred men and women, are charming companions for an hour's solitude, and one puts the book aside regretfully, even as one closes the eyes on a delicious vision. The American edition has taken everyone by surprise, that so remarkably good a novel should have so long escaped attention. Everybody is charmed with it, and its sale will continue for years to come. The Gay Worthers. By the author of Faith Gartner's Girlhood, Boys at Checkwasset. American ladies and gentlemen travelling in England are amazed and delighted to find an American novel welcomed with such warmth and enthusiasm by the cultivated and influential in all parts of the kingdom. No American book since Uncle Tom is so universally known, read, and talked about. The London journals, without exception, have given it a cordial welcome. Read what they say of it. We wish to write our most appreciative word of this admirable and unexceptional book. We feel while we read it that a new master of fiction has arisen. We can well afford to wait a few years now, if at the end we are to receive from the same pen a work of such a character and mark as the Gay Worthers. EC/Ect Journal. It is impossible not to welcome so genial a gift. Nothing so complete and delicately beautiful has come to England from America since Hawthorne's death, and there is more of America in the Gay Worthers than in the Scarlet Letter or the House with Seven Gables. We know not where so much tender feeling and wholesome thought are to be found together as in this history of the fortunes of the Gay Worthers. Reader. The Gay Worthers comes to us very seasonably, for it belongs to a class of novels wanted more and more every day, yet daily growing scarcer. We have therefore a warmer welcome for the book before us as being a particularly favourable specimen of its class. Without the exciting strength of wine, it offers to feverish lips all the grateful coolness of the unfermented grape. Pall Mall Gazette. We have no misgivings in promising our readers a rich treat in the Gayworthys. The Gayworthys will become a great favourite. Nonconformist. The book is crowded with epigrams as incisive as this, yet incisive without malice or bitterness, cutting not so much from the sharpness of the thought as from its weight. There is deep kindliness in the following passage, as well as deep insight. The tone of the story, the curious sense of peace and kindliness which it produces, comes out well in that extract, and the reader quits it, feeling as he would have felt had he been gazing half an hour on that scene, with more confidence alike in nature and humanity, less care for the noisy rush of city life, and yet with less fear of it. Spectator. It is a pleasant book and will make for the producer friends. Saturday Review. We venture to say no one who begins the book will leave it unfinished, or will deny that great additions have been made to his circle of acquaintance. He has been introduced to a New England village, and made acquainted with most of the leading villagers in a way which leaves the impression on him thenceforward that he knows them personally, that their fortunes and failures, and achievements, and misunderstandings are matters of interest to him, that he would like to know how Jashom Vos got on with his farm, and if Joanna Gare's marriage turned out happily, and if Sagar was as interesting as a farmer's wife as she has been as a little child. Margaret and Her Bridesmaids. By the author of The Queen of the County. I Volume, 12 Mo. Elegant fancy cloth. Price $1.50. This fascinating story of 6 schoolgirls is as charming a story as has been written for young ladies. The talented author has a great reputation in England, and all her books are widely circulated and read. Faith Gartney's Girlhood and Margaret and Her Bridesmaids should stand side by side in every young lady's bookcase. Read what the London Athenaeum, the highest literary authority, says of it. We may save ourselves the trouble of giving any lengthened review of this book, for we recommend all who are in search of a fascinating novel to read it for themselves. They will find it well worth their while. There is a freshness and originality about it quite charming, and there is a certain nobleness in the treatment, both of sentiment and incident, which is not often found. We imagine that few can read it without deriving some comfort or profit from the quiet good sense and unobtrusive words of counsel with which it abounds. The story is very interesting. It is the history of 6 schoolfellows. Margaret, the heroine, is, of course, a woman in the highest state of perfection. But Lottie the little, wilful, wild, fascinating, brave Lottie, is the gem of the book, and, as far as our experience in novel reading goes, is an entirely original character, a creation, and a very charming one. No story that occurs to our memory contains more interest than this for novel readers, particularly those of the tender sex, to whom it will be a dear favourite. We hope the authoress will give us some more novels, as good as Margaret and Her Bridesmaids. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg TM mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph I.E.8. IB Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works even without complying with the HIL terms of this agreement. See paragraph I.C below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. See paragraph I.E below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are